Stable. All right. Now let's see where we're at now. Growing pains. I hope my laptop can actually handle this. So I switched from Streamlabs to OBS, but things seem stable enough in Streamlabs. But we'll see what happens with OBS. We're pushing out quite a bit of, a little bit more bit rate. Which lights? I wonder, let's lower that down. Do it to 55. software encoding.
To all of my children, to all of my children, to whom death has his
We have to change. Can't be sitting here fiddling with things all day when there's work to be done. Alright, frame rate looks okay. Okay, this is acceptable. Alright, so what are we going to do today? Alright, what are we going to do today? Well, our plan is to take care of all of our turtles. So we have leveled up all of our crafters and gatherers off screen. Here we go, let's take a look. So this is how we're looking for both crafters and gatherers. And today I'm going to plan on making sure we turn in and do all of our class quests. Starting with Miner in Ul'dah. So, without further ado, let's go to Ul'dah. We don't want to go to the exchange, we want to go to the miners guild. Alright. We are at the miners guild. And in order we must look the parts. Look at us looking all snazzy and spiffy. There's Alberta. Oh, she's gonna give us a Hempen Dalmatia of gathering. How nice. You look good with a pickaxe, Zelda. Now that you're suitably equipped, your training can commence. A fighter learns her craft best in the wilderness, with pickaxe in hand. Again, let's see how you fare with good old copper ore. Bring me, say, 10 chunks? There are deposits of the stuff throughout Danland. I doubt you'll have to go very far outside the city. Seek out some promising locations outside the Gate of the Sultana and the Gate of Nald and swing away. The motion may feel awkward at first, but in time it will become second nature. Miners use pickaxes and other tools to extract the mineral wealth of Eorzea and gather materials used in crafting. Locations that can be mined for resources are known as mineral deposits. To locate mineral deposits, make your way out of the city and then use the miner action known as prospect. So what they're talking about is this. Not this one. Where is prospect? It's triangulating. So you use this and it will be able to, so we have a action that blocks it all automatically, so we really don't need that. But triangulate, if once you're starting, you would push this triangulate button and then you would see the node showing up. But because we are now level 50, so because we got up to level 2, we now have auto prospector. We have all of these other things here. so we already got that. So let's go ahead and turn in our thing here. It's 10 chunks of copper ore I want. The metal is common enough in Danland. Shouldn't have trouble finding suitable deposits just outside the gate of the Sultana and the gate of Nal. Let's hand that over. Let's see. 10 chunks, just as I ordered. Well done, Zelda. Tell me, is being a miner aught like you imagined? Harder than expected, is it? Heh, all new recruits say as much. It takes a combination of knowledge, experience, and instinct to know where to dig. Yet it's ultimately back-breaking labor that yields your prize. And make no mistake, Zelda, mining is grueling work, and you'll be dog-tired most of your waking hours. But tell me, did you not feel invigorated each time your pickaxe struck home? Yes. Did you not experience a thrill of triumph when the earth finally yielded up your prize? That is what we miners live for. You may be ripe to collapse, your face caked in a weak old dirt, but the promise of discovery drives you on. In the instant you find that which you long sought, in the sparkling instant you'll feel like a god among men. You've made a fine start, and I would see you maintain your efforts. Practice your swinging your pickaxe until your arms have earned the motion, then return here. We'll have another task for you. And we'll go ahead and complete that. How's it looking, Unholy? Alright, so she'll give us an upgraded pickaxe. Now, we'll go ahead and just sell these off, but we'll take the gold because we already are good on the whole front of gear. Good. And how's the sound? Hello there, Zelda. It's good to see you again. Judging by the blisters on your hands, it's plain you've been hard at it with the pickaxe. Good. You're ready for the next stage of your training. That's my new avatar. Eorzea is a vast realm filled with diverse environments, and her mineral wealth varies from region to region. Even with Danland, there's a marked difference between east and west. If you want to be a successful miner, it's essential that you know where to look for what. And for that, you have come to You have to become intimate with Eorzea. How else can you expect her to reveal her innermost secrets to you? Getting to know her every square mile is no undertaking. For of course, yet the alms soon add up. As soon as I am sure you'll find with my next task. I'd ask you to seek out 10 bone chips for me. Just so you don't go about completely blind, here's a hint. You'll find those just beyond the gate of Nald. Off you go now, and happy digging. Yep, so I got a VTuber avatar that we are using. Yeah, so I switched from Streamlabs to OBS. So still some growing pains, learning things. I might still have to tweak the audio, but I just want to make sure that you can hear me and you can hear the game. Remember, there's 10 bone chips I want you to bring. Good luck. And let's hand over the bone chips. Alright, sounds great. That's really good. Probably will have to do a single point-to-point streaming coding where I lock everything to YouTube's minimum so my hardware can actually encode properly. I'll have to probably wait to do multi-encoding when I have a beefier PC that can be direct hard linked to the router, which sucks because Twitch's encoding is at 6,000 kpbs, and that's the hard cap, and it looks like ass on YouTube, but it's probably what we'll have to do for now. Ah, yes, precisely. 10 bone chips. You've done well, Zelda. No doubt you had trouble tracking these down at first, but each chip you found added to your understanding. For your efforts, you've come to know where to best search for bone chips, and it goes for everything else we mine. Now, in addition to learning where to find materials, you should also make a point of knowing who needs them. For instance, armorers and blacksmiths are our best customers when it comes to ores, while goldsmiths would struggle to ply their trade if we didn't supply them with gold and gemstones. Oh, and I mustn't forget the alchemists. Those fellows can never have too much rock salt and cinnabar. We often rub shoulders with them. In short, know whence it comes and whither it goes. To be sure, you still have much and more to learn. There's no substitute for hard work. Oh, and don't look so glum. Just be thankful you don't have to bleed and memorize all that information. You just have a gathering log for such stuff. Make good use of it, and you can't go wrong. That's all for now. Keep up your efforts and visit me again when you spent more time in the wilds with pickaxe in hand. I have another task for you when you perfect your swing. For every 5th level you reach as a miner, you will gain the ability to detect higher level mineral deposits. When this occurs, any new items that are available through your gathering log will be added to your gathering log. You can use Lay of the Land miner action to help you locate the nearest mineral deposits within your skill range. Next up, we have the cutting edge. Ah, there she is. The rising star of the Miners Guild. Don't be like that. I'm only teasing. Which is not to say that isn't true. The fact is, you've been working tirelessly and you have put more quickly than I could have hoped. Indeed, I think you're ready to handle the task in the name of the guild. As you probably know, we receive orders from various parties, but most come from Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. Concern actually owns this hall, but they've kindly given us the loan of it, and in return they get first pick at guild talent to work their mines. On occasion, they send requests for us to procure less widely used materials. Minerals, commodities required in quantities too small to warrant anything beyond an ad hoc arrangement. One such request happens to just arrive just now, and I want you to take care of it, Zelda. This time, the concern needs 10 pieces of obsidian, and I'd like you to procure them. You have the best of luck searching around the hammers in western Thanalan. Alright, add! Okay, looks like we're back from the ad break. Switch things around a little bit. Alright. Alberta, what you got for me? Remember, it's 10 pieces of obsidian we need. You'll have the best luck searching around the hammers in western Danaland. Well, fortunately, I already did the work for you. Ooh, this is some fine obsidian. Concern will be well pleased. In case you're wondering, the spoils of your labor are bound for the Colosseum. I'm told there is to be an expedition featuring ancient arms. One of these, Machiculi, is a wooden sword with shards of obsidian embedded in its edge. Before man learned to work metal, he used various kinds of stone to craft blades for his weapons. Obsidian was among the most coveted, thanks to the razor-sharp edge it could achieve. These days, of course, blades are commonly forged of steel, and obsidian has fallen out of favor, but there are still folk out there willing to pay good coin for it nevertheless. As an ambitious young miner, you do well to pay attention to such customers. Make the effort to stay abreast of demand, and your efforts will be richly rewarded. You continue to impress with your progress, Zelda. It's about time you learned how to use the sledgehammer. It's a secondary tool we use in conjunction with the pickaxe. Thus equipped, you'll be able to break outcrops of bedrock to get the precious minerals thin. Well, what are you waiting for? Go and find rocky outcrop and give that sledgehammer of yours a swing. Fortunately, we already got one. You got more for me, Alberta? Maybe that'll work better. Well, what you got for me? Getting in deep. Getting in deep, chat. The quest said so. Zelda, I've been searching high and low for you. You have a visitor, no ordinary one at that. I speak of Deep Canyon, vice foreman of the Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. It seems word of your stable haul of obsidian has reached his ears, and now he wishes to meet with you. Can only speculate as to his intentions. I'm afraid we haven't spoken much of late. Truth be told, I've scarcely seen him. You never know it, but we used to be close. Anyway, I'd suggest you go and see the man. Find out what he wants of you. He's waiting by the entrance. Okay. Let's go talk to the dude. What's up, Deep Canyon? You must be Zelda Hime. I've been waiting for you. I'm Deep Canyon, vice foreman of the concern. I must say, you're not what I was expecting. I was sure Alberta's newest protege would be an Alamegan, like every other miner this place produces these days. Well, I'll wager you're from Botherfield. You're damn right I'm from Botherfield. I am from the Far East, sir. Zelda Hime is my name. and mining's in the game. No offense, but in these parts, adventurers are known for being fickle buggers who break pledges like the rest of us break bread. Truth be told, I've always wondered whether you lot are actually good for Ulda. But it seems you're not like the others. It takes more than a job in China to deliver an order from the concern. I've a mind to assign you work. Real work. But before I do, I'm obliged to test you. I want you to procure 10 ounces of cinnabar for me. Do this, and we'll talk about more lucrative undertakings. Of course, a bit of cinnabar shouldn't pose much trouble for the guild's rising star. 'Tis but a formality. And speaking of formalities, be sure to tell the guildmaster about your little test. She's the one in charge around here after all. I won't have it said that I am undermining her authority. Okay, let's go talk back to Alberta. A test from Deep Canyon, you say? I thought as much. In case you don't know, cinnabar is the mineral used to make quicksilver. It's found in certain types of rock, and you invariably need a sledgehammer to get at it. Now, I don't mean to dampen your spirits, but contrary to what you're told, cinnabar isn't easy to find. In fact, it's known to elude even experienced miners. But here you are, tasked with procuring 10 ounces of the stuff. Safe to say, this test is no mere formality. I may not be able to help you dig, but I can point you in the right direction. Search just outside the Sunrise Gate. The rocky outcrops thereabouts are known to yield cinnabar. 10 ounces may sound like nothing, but take it from me. You have to work for everyone. This is a big task, Zelda, but I believe you're equal to it. Well, fortunately, we already played the game. We played the game, chat. We played the game. 10 ounces of cinnabar, and not one less. Oh, make it quick. I've got other commissions I want seeing to. Here's your frickin' cinnabar. Well, the full amount. Congratulations, you passed the test. Seems you've got more potential than I'd been led to believe. This guild's no place for a lass of your talent. I'd make you my personal assistant, but sadly for you, the position's not open to adventurers. Why? Because the concern only employs those whose roots are firmly planted in Ulda. The nation owes much of its prosperity to the mining trade, but more and more we see outsiders growing fat off the knowledge of our forebears. Oh, I know full well there are decent foreigners out there who give as much as they get, yourself for one, but ultimately what belongs to Ulda should stay in Uldan hands. Of course, the current guildmaster doesn't share a way of thinking. That's something I dare say we'll need to see about correcting before long. Might be his business is good, but 'tis better to be short-handed than watch outsiders and make off with our wealth. When we're talking about you, Zelda, you've proven yourself capable, and the concern will have more work for you in the coming days. Depending on it. Before I go, here's some free advice. Pay more attention to your gear. What you wear and wield affects how well you work. Even a decent pair of gloves can make a world of difference. Take my word for it. These things cost money, 'tis true, but that's the price of a pair of gloves compared to the untold wealth that lies out there waiting to be dug up. Bugger all, that's what. And on that note, I'll be off. I don't doubt we'll meet again soon. Assuming you stick with the trade long enough, that is. Certain gear grants bonuses to gathering, perception, and GP values. Higher the gathering rate improves your chances of obtaining an item. Greater perception raises the amount of items you can obtain. An additional GP increases your extracting stamina. Outfitting yourself with an eye to your objectives will increase the efficiency of your gathering endeavors. Well, fortunately, we played a game, so we are looking good. Let's take a look at what we got here. So, we'll need to kind of get this upgraded for the sake of quote-unquote end-game gear, at least as far as the Realm Reborn is concerned, but that will take some time and patches to go through, but we'll get there. For now, we've got gear good enough to do what we're doing here, but this will upgrade and change as we go through 2.1 through 2.5, and we'll be able to get all of the super hard nodes and all that fun stuff, and we'll upgrade to high quality gear, which will be fun. Alberta, what you got for me, lady? Oh, Zelda, I hear you passed the Vice Foreman's test. Well done. I never doubted that you managed it. But I'm proud of you. Understand? Tell me, Deep Canyon have any words of advice for you by any chance? I see. In case you're wondering, the Vice Foreman used to be a miner himself. And more than that, he used to be my mentor. My father was a miner too, but he died in a cave when I was but a child. Guildsman is home to me since, and it's members of my family. I grew up here, watching girls swing, sing, and dance on that very stage. I even joined them for a while. Seemed the best way to appease my adopted family. I didn't want to become a miner back then, you see. After what happened to my father, I could scarcely face the thought of spending a moment underground, never mind a lifetime. Not that the stage suited me much better, which left me much better. Which left what exactly? Having been surrounded by miners for as long as I could remember, I began to wonder if I truly belonged among them, even considered leaving. It was then that one of the guild's brightest and best took me by the hand and showed me the joys of mining. I speak, of course, of Deep Canyon. He taught me everything he knew, which was a great deal, and the more I learned of mining, the closer I felt to my father. I owe a lot to Deep Canyon, despite how things turned out. But I'm rambling. I meant only to tell you that the man knows what he's talking about, when it comes to mining at least. Now it's high time I taught you something. You are here to learn after all. Concerning the Vice Foreman's advice to you, he speaks true. A miner who neglects his gear can't hope to work to his full potential. In the past, if you wanted to improve your gear, you had little choice but to replace it. But these days, we have materia. By your confused expression, I take you're not familiar with the stuff. Well, then I reckon a lesson is in order. Simply put, materia is a kind of crystal that enhances the properties of equipment attached to it. The attachment process is very simple. It's going pretty good, Vanilla. Welcome in. We've got a new stream set up. Still working on the whole multi-streaming aspects. Looks like my laptop struggles with outputting multiple encoding streams, so I'm going to have to kind of encode it down to Twitch's default, which sucks, but hey, what can you do? But things are going good. we're in here doing the minor quest line right now. The goal of the stream is to get all of our crafting and gathering quests done this stream. Tomorrow we are hopefully going to start tackling the first 5 runs of Coils of Bahamut. Looks like we're back from that. You're confused. We're back from that, so we'll continue. By your confused expression, I take you're not familiar with the stuff. Well then, I reckon a lesson is in order. Simply put, material is a kind of crystal that enhances the properties of equipment it's attached to. The attachment process is very simple, but that wasn't always the case. Time was you needed substances called catalysts. And digging up the stuff once formed a healthy part of a miner's workday. Now, even though no one needs catalysts anymore, there's still educational merits in the gathering. To that end, I want you to try your hand at mining a variety of it, namely Grade 1 carbonized matter. 15 fragments ought to do it. You'll have the best of luck searching around the Daredevil checkpoint over in Middle Lunotia. Oh, and you'll most definitely need your sledgehammer. Well, fortunately, I pre-gathered things, so you don't have to wait. Because I'm omniscient, chat. I'm omniscient. I know what she's gonna ask before she even asks it. How does your search for carbonized matter? Don't forget, it's 15 fragments I want. Well, fortunately for you, I've got the fragments right here. Aye, precisely 15 fragments of Grade 1 carbonized matter. Well done, Zelda. Now, expect you're keen to learn about materia. Well, the first thing I should tell you is that it's not been around for long, in the Eorzea at least. Knowledge of its use only came to our shore a few years back. The process of enhancing equipment goes something like this. First you take well-worn gear and extract materia from it. Don't ask me how. Then you take that material and attach it to the item you want to enhance. It's this procedure known as melding that once required catalysts like the kind you brought me. I should mention it's a point excuse me. It's at this point I should mention at this point that the actual task of melding is something that only skilled disciples of the hand should attempt. That's weavers, goldsmiths, and so on. These people used to depend on us, disciples of the land, to supply them with all the catalysts. Then catalyst-free melting was discovered, and we lost not a small source of work. That's just progress for you. But try to be happy for it. Now, there are various kinds of material, each offering unique benefits. And as I'm sure you've guessed, some of them can be exceedingly useful to miners. It's these which I recommend you seek out. Gathering material, got it. Once you've found a material you like, you just need to ask a friendly disciple of the hand to do the melding for you. Fortunately for us, we are disciples of the hand. Ha ha ha. We came to it all, chap. I'm sure there's one among your acquaintances. Indeed. Indeed it is. Coffee. Level 25. Water from the stove. Zelda, you couldn't have come at a better time. One of our number has taken ill, you see, and I need someone to handle the work assigned to him. Tell me, are you familiar with effervescent water? Alchemists use it to make a substance called natron. And bakers use natron for leavening, that is, raising dough. Without it, there'd be no ginger cookies, crumpets, blood-currant tarts. As you've gathered, I'm fond of the odd sweet or three. You don't say. You're looking mighty thick with all those sweets. Of course, effervescent water is good for more than just baking. But miners ask for a drop of it in their drinks. It makes the strongest stuff that bit more refreshing, see? And let me tell you, there's nothing better to wash down the dust of a hard day's mining. But you didn't come here to hear my thoughts on food and drink. You came here to learn about mining. And so you shall, by procuring some effervescent water for me. The Alchemist Guild needs 15 bottles of the stuff and urgently. I couldn't stress that enough. From what I can make out, they themselves are scrambling to fulfill an urgent order for natron from the Bismarck and Rimsa Lemensa. It's one of Eorzea's finest restaurants, in case you didn't know. Anyway, you'd best get going. You'll need to work fast and make up for all the time I wasted chattering about sweets and grog. Oh, and you'll have the best luck mining around Busker and Scar, over in the Black Shroud. Unfortunately, I've been to the Black Shroud. 15 bottles of effervescent water, quick as you can. And remember, you're like to find it in Busker on Scar, over in Gridania South Shroud. Right in the nick of time, I think, Zelda. I'll see to it that those sent over immediately. But before I do, I should probably expand a bit on what we're talking about earlier. Specifically the part about mixing spirits with effervescent water. See, I wasn't lying when I told you a lot of folk find the combination refreshing. It is refreshing. In fact, adding a bit of bubbly water makes the stuff go down so easily. You have to be careful not to drink yourself under the table. I say this partly for your own good, and partly because the lad whose task you just took care of wasn't careful. Daft sawed threw up right here where you're standing. Oh, but it didn't end there. He then slipped in his own puke and split his head open on the bar on his way down. Suffice to say, he won't be working for a while. Thankfully, you took up the slack, and all is well that the guild once more. I could do with a few more like you, Zelda. Keep up the good work, you hear? Give me the monies. I need the monies, chat. I need the monies. Level 30. Obsidian race. Alberta has a mind to assign you a challenging commission. Ah, Zelda, just the person I was about to send for. Just about to send for. There's an order I want you to help when it comes to the gladiators, Guild, the vice foreman himself. You recall the time I had you procure obsidian? This time I need you to find a wyvern obsidian, which is a good deal rarer. How rare, you ask? Let's just say I've handled this stuff no more than a dozen times in my life. So yes, it'll be a bugger to find, but don't worry, you won't be working alone. It just so happens that one of your guildmates has volunteered for the task. Considering how difficult it's like to be, I've decided to have the two of you work together. Your partner's name is Wide Gully, and he's waiting for you on the far side of the stage. Go over and introduce yourself, and he'll tell you everything you need to know. Run along now. Oh, good luck! By the stage, you mean this place. Sup, dude? You must be Zelda, the guildmaster's pet. I've heard much and more about you. They tell me you got talent. The trouble is, you're an adventurer. Anyone with an ounce of sense knows adventurers can't be trusted. Alberta's sorely mistaken if she thinks you're any different. Likewise, she's sorely mistaken if she thinks I'm going to help you find 15 chunks of wyvern obsidian. I'd sooner follow on my own pickaxe than see you take the credit for my hard work. That said, I'm not about to risk getting kicked out of the guild for disobeying a direct order. Luckily, there are other ways to handle this. What do you say to a contest? It's nigh on as good as cooperating, and so long as the client gets what he wants, Alberta won't have cause to complain, will she? So here's the deal. We mine for wyvern obsidian separately, and whoever brings back the better haul, that's to say the purer haul, is the winner. Simple, yes? Now we both know I've been doing this a lot longer than you, and I won't have it said that I trounced a novice. So this makes more interesting. I'll give as long as you want. All for the good it'll do you. Oh, and you can even go and talk to the client if you like. His name is Hortiger, and you can find him outside the Gladiators Guild. Might be as he can tell you something useful. Now let's go meet the dude. Let's go meet the dude. Who's this guy? Ah, there he is. All the way the hell over there. Well, we're not gonna stand around waiting to run over there. We're gonna fast teleport, because that's what we do. We go fast. Hortiger. I'm Hortiger. What can I do for you? Got yourself into a contest with Wide Gully, you say? Oof, I don't envy you, miss. I don't know much about mining myself, but I do know that Wide Gully is good at his job. Can't be Deep Canyon, son. Lore shock. Without knowing a thing or two about being a miner. Anyway, I have no idea whose idea this contest of yours was, but if it means I get goods of better quality, you won't hear any complaints from me. You wanted to ask me about wyvern obsidian, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you what little I know. Remember, I'm a gladiator, not a miner. Saying that, I haven't graced the bloodsands for a while. Took a nasty blow to the knee, you see. Rest assured, the fellow that dealt it got far worse. Anyway, I'm all mended and ready to make my return, and I want to be glorious. Something that'll be sung by the bards. So I thought a shiny new sword was in order. There's nothing like a plumed oak McEltiri. Makotil. Whatever. To draw a crowd. Why? Because it doesn't have a single piece of metal in it. Makabuye don't, as a rule. Not a speck of metal. But if you wield it right, the shards of wyvern obsidian embedded in the blade will cut armor like a hot knife through butter. Ah, but I'm rambling. You want to know where to find this stuff, not what I plan to do with it. I vaguely recall a conversation I had with a miner a while back. We were talking about Makaume, Makazord. We'll just call it Makazord. Oh, did I mention that's what you call more than one Makalzord? Well, it is. Where was I? Ah, yes, we were chatting about Makalzord, and a fellow said that he previously dug up Wyvern City and around Thal's Respite in eastern Danland. That's all I know. Hope it helps. And in fact, it does help. Because, well, we kind of omniscient. We know everything about what's going on because we played the game, and we got. Shh, come here close. Come here close. We got the Final Fantasy XIV wiki. Shocker. I know. I know. But, you know, we are in a contest, and, yeah, I'm in the end game on my main, too. I'm just waiting for 7.3 to come out. I've got, what is it? I've got a ring, well, 2 rings. I need to get one ring from the 750 set, and I need to get I have a crafted ring that might do me okay, but if not, I'll get another 750 ring if I can find one, and then I need to update and get maybe finish out my relic step for 7.2 so I can be ready for 7.3. That's my plan, at least. That and get all of my relic stuff done and the mock tones. But I was like, shh, wiki, because, you know, we're in a contest. Oh, we got disconnected. Well, that's fun. Well, let's switch back to the just chatting screen so we can get back into the game. You said there's DDoS?
Yes, Jess, got it.
Okay.
She just warned me. I'm a game console player. Doesn't have game console players much. Oh, nope, I got hit.
Looks like we are getting hit by some DDoS.
Let me see if I can log back in.
Fun. Fun,
I
fun,
got
fun.
hit. I rarely game console player, so that's why I hardly get it. See how many are in queue.
Let's have some nice beats while we wait for us to get back into everything.
Lobby server.
We got some music. Some chill music. Ooh, 43 in queue. Alright, well, DDoSes are fun, chat. I love them so much. So much sarcasm. Oh my god. DDoSes suck. But it looks like we're getting back in pretty quick. That's good. Coffee.
119 in Exodus.
It was 43 in Golem.
Yeah, Jess got DDO at DC about 15 minutes ago. There were 44. I just got DDO.
Alright, we are back. Let's talk to Wide Gully. What's the matter? What's the matter? Don't tell me you're having trouble finding a paltry 15 chunks of wyvern obsidian. You know what? Fuck you. Here's your obsidian. You're gonna take it and you're gonna like it. Oh! Managed to scrape together the required amount, did you? Well then, let me see your sorry specimens just for the sake of full Bugger me! They're black as night. This is some of the purest stuff I've ever seen. You're goddamn right. Because we are the fucking best. How in the seven hells did you find these? You a mere adventurer. Because I'm a good miner, unlike you. Grrr, I'm loath to admit it, but your obsidian is superior to mine. Well, it might be if you bested me on quality, but there's more to being a miner than that. You need to be able to give the client what he wants, when he wants it. In other words, you need speed. Without it, quality counts for naught. Dude, I had it on my person before you even thought to have this stupid ass contest. But you didn't hear that from me. I was by far the faster man. Yeah, no, you weren't. So we'll call it a draw. Fuck you. But mark my words, I'll best you next time, both on speed and quality. I'll see to it the obsidian gets to Hordiger. In the meantime, why don't you go and tell the guildmaster all about it? I care not what you say. I'll say that I'm better than you. I'll say I kicked your ass. Ah, Zelda, how did you find working with Wide Gully? What? He challenged you to a contest? As if the tasks weren't difficult enough. I'm terribly sorry, Zelda. That was hardly fair of him. He's a born miner. What's that? You beat him? You're damn right we beat him. Truly, he's one of the guild's very best. Well done, girl. Oh, he claimed he was faster, did he? Well, speed is important, but Wide Gully set the rules, and by those rules, you won fair and square. Come a long way, Zelda. You make me proud to be your mentor. At the same time, though, I must admit the miner in me can't help feeling some envy. But it's that which keeps a veteran like me on my toes, like the fire in my belly. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Keep doing what you're doing, Zelda, and I'll do my damnedest to keep up. Ha ha ha! Give me the gold, Alberta. Give me the gold. Amethysts are forever. Thought that was diamonds. Good to see you again, Zelda. You'll be pleased to know that Hordiger was deeply impressed with the obsidian you got for him. More so than that, he was impressed that you bested Wide Gully in the contest. 'Tis no ordinary miner can outdo the vice foreman's own son. Lest you wonder, I know full well who Wide Gully's father was when I tried to pair you both up. I also know for a fact that he has his spite set on my position. There's some who whisper in my ear that I should expel him from the guild. I can't help but think that's short-sighted. After all, it's hardly a crime to want to be a guildmaster. What's more, Wide Gully is tremendously gifted miner, and I'm not in the business of punishing excellence. To be sure, I'm still better overall, but I'm not above admitting there are certain areas in which he is more knowledgeable. I'll tell you this because you'll need to speak with him again for your next task. We received an order for 20 raw amethysts, you see, and none among us know more about the stones than he does. Now, I realize you didn't exactly get off on the right foot with Wide Gully. You're damn right, Alberta, we didn't get on the wrong foot. He was an arrogant little ass. Well, he's a big ass, but that's because he's a Rogadan. But the two of you are guildmates, and guildmates all help one another no matter their differences. Is that a fact? Strolling on over, bold as you please. After humiliating me the other day, you've got some gall, adventurer. I know why you're here. Heard about the order for raw amethyst too. No doubt you're wondering where to find them, and you're after my hard-earned knowledge. Well, I'll gladly share it with you. Why so obliged, you ask? Because the knowledge ain't gonna be worth a damn to you, that's why. You'll find the raw amethyst you carry near about Hopseed Pond. Over in the central shroud, the problem has to do with the beasties inhabiting the place more naught else. Lindworms, stropers, sprites. I hear tell even jaded Jody's made her home there. Even Rob Bond would have trouble taking a stroll through that neck of the woods, let alone a common adventurer playing at miner. Don't expect to see you back here with 20 hairs on your head, much less 20 of them stones. I'm back, and with all my hairs, thank you very much. You'll find your raw amethyst near that Hopsy pond over in the central shroud. Let me see how much you're willing to risk for 20 of them. Gah. Yeah, here's your stupid amethyst. And go GTFO. Bugger me. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep, that is exactly what it looks like. You mind these amethysts? I can't believe you made it past all them nasty creatures. Well, dude, we have a little thing called sneak. Lose it. So it might be it's time I stop being so surprised. You goddamn adventurers come through more often than I care to admit. Any road, it's one thing to find the amethyst, but do you even know aught about them? Properties, what they represent? Thought not. Well, here's a free lesson. Amethysts are a lightning aspect to gemstones, prized as embodiments for calmness, decisiveness, and intuition. In combination, in coming back with such a large haul of them, it would seem you've got all these things. I might have been hasty to pass judgment. The more I see you work, the more I see why the guildmaster is so fond of you. I never imagined an adventurer would give me the toughest competition. I was learned better than that, to take every adversary earnestly. Since I'll have to redouble my efforts if I'm to secure my place as the best in the business. Don't you worry about the precious amethyst you brought. I'll see them safe to the guild stores. I look forward to our next contest adventure, and that's when I'll drive the pickaxe home that I am the better miner. Spoiler alert, chat. He's not the better miner. To die for. Have you heard, Zelda? The latest tally has you tied as Wide Gully as the guild's highest earner. Tied with Wide Gully as the guild's highest earner? You don't say. You started out a novice with a rusty pickaxe. Now you're one of our stoutest pillars. Truly come a long way, my friend. I find myself turning to you more often for difficult orders, the bulk of which have been coming from Deep Canyon. And as you would well know from past expeditions, it tends to entail going to dangerous locales. I'm loath to put my people in harm's way, but the concern owns us. In truth, if not in name. It'd be ill done to refuse a request, no matter how onerous. But just this once, I have a mind to do just that. I can't, in good conscience, and order you to place a wild place like Curtis merely for the sake of 20 pieces of jade. Aye, that's what Deep Canyon is requesting this time, and I have to send someone. You've rightly proven yourself the best candidate, but you should understand how risky the endeavor. Think long and hard before you go do something we both regret. While you're mulling it over, though, I should let you know that Wide Gully wanted a word. You'll find him in the usual place. Curtis, you say? I know all about Curtis. Yes. They're a prickly sort. Racists of my kind, except for a few select individuals. I'll show them all. Anyway, why golly, I take it you heard about the job, and I can tell from looking in your eyes that you're already on board with giving it a go. When you came back with the amethyst last time, I came to realize something. The true miner must be prepared to risk a life and limb for his prize. Mining for jade at no less a place than Haldris March in Curtis would be the perfect way to put my conviction to the proof. I challenge you to another contest. The first to find 20 pieces of jade and deliver them to Aldeburgh is the winner. The superior miner by all objective measures. Yay, I win. I understand why Gully has challenged you yet again. I know the temptation is to seek out victory whatever the cost, but winning isn't everything. You do what's right for you, Zelda. Yeah, here's 20 pieces of jade. By the 12, this is the jade. Such fine examples, too. Congratulations are in order. You've won the contest. By default, that is. Why Gully never got his 20 pieces, you see. As he went about his work, he lowered his guard and was attacked by a fell fiend. His wounds were such that all he could do to run to safety. His whole body, if somewhat worse for wear, he's like to be out of action for a while. But that's not the worst of it. More of... Well, looks like we got an ad. Ad! So, we are getting set for doing Coils of Bahamut next stream. So I have an event up in the Discord in the chat for the link, which I just put there. And come join, be part of the kingdom. Come help with the raid next stream. It'll be amazing. We are back from the ad. But that's not the worst of it. More than the wounds you can see. I worry for his state of mind. He saw you as a rival to surpass, but he ended up losing in a contest he himself devised. That kind of disappointment is enough to break most people. Trust me, I know. But I pray that White Gully has the strength to get back on his feet and take up the pickaxe once more. Be ashamed to lose one so gifted. Let's return to the matter before us, though. I wasn't exaggerating about the quality of this jade. Its purity and strength allow you to see why it's thought of as the embodiment of immortality. Since ancient times, man has chosen to adorn his tools and garb with it. Imbuing yourself with the everlasting is certainly an attractive notion. And no one is more aware of that tradition than White Gully. And it's for that very reason I intend to create for him a gift of jade. The stone bears my hopes that he will rise again, no matter how often the spinner might see fit to test him and bring him to his knees. Aw, you're nicer to that oaf than I've been. He's not expecting that. He just wants to be the best. Oh, we are level 55, but even though we could take the level 55 class quest, well, we can't because we're not in Heaven's Word. Level 45. Ah, Zelda, I was hoping you'd come by. I need your help with something. It concerns Wide Gully. He's recovered from the wounds suffered in Kyrthus and resumed his mining for the guild. Wonderful news, to be sure, but one thing yet troubles me. You see, White Gully has been taking on far more tasks than a single man should. Some attribute his newfound fervor to the sting of losing that ill-conceived jade contest. But I suspect there's more to the tale. I tried to broach the subject, but everybody's stubborn as an aurochs, insisting it's not but my imagination. But I know there's something where I failed. You might succeed. Strange though this may sound, you're the closest thing he has to a friend here. So I beg you, Zelda, speak with Wide Gully and try to learn what ails him. Do what you can to ease his burdens. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. And we need to go talk now. We need to go talk to Wild Gully. Where is he? There he is. Hey, buddy. No hard feelings, son. No doubt Alberta sent you. She's been on me something fierce since I came back. But it doesn't matter why you're here or at whose request I came back. It doesn't matter why you're here or at whose request. The simple truth is I need your help. I've got a secret that would be sure to bring great shame on my family, but I need to tell someone. I know you're an honest sort. Ledgers at the concern have been tampered with, and I've been credited for work I didn't do. I wasn't keen on believing it, but the culprit is my own father. Ugh. At first I suspected something was off. Then I received my last evaluation. I know better than anyone what I do around here, and I know it wasn't working that much. I looked over the concern's record of its dealings with the guild, and sure as day, found some right damning evidence. Didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I never wanted it said that I had a leg up in the guild because I'm a vice foreman's son. If I was to succeed, I wanted it to be by my own hands. Learning that my old man was falsifying my accomplishments was like a punch to the gut. And that's why I've been working so feverishly of late. But fulfilling enough orders. I'm hoping to turn my father's lies into truths. But I've taken on more jobs than I've got hands to juggle them with. So, like I said, eventually I need your help. I'd say I'm swallowing my pride to ask you this, but I've got no pride left. Whatever happens from here on out, I'm a miner first and foremost, and I just want to do my job. Right now, the order given me is the biggest headache is for 20 chunks of electrum ore. You can find this stuff south of Camp Bronze Lake over in Upper Lenosha. Please hurry, and thanks. I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to go ahead and run a 3-minute ad, and we'll be back to help Wide Gully with his little issue. Mm, 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 mm. Cookies are great. Mm. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. And we're back. Hope the ads were somewhat entertaining for you. Have you got the 20 chunks of Electrum ore yet? In case you've forgotten, you'll find them south of Canswell's Lake over in Upper Lenosha. Please hurry. Don't worry, bro, I got your back. Couldn't mind better on myself. You've done me a great kindness. Look at this dude over here just throwing up in his drink. Gratitude rolls clearly off my lips, does it? Yeah, that's something that comes more natural with time. It was only my pride that held it back before, and as I said, I've not of that left. Have to work harder than ever. To make my facialized accomplishments more than just ink on parchment. As of now, I'm a fraud, plain and simple. I don't like this Electrum, really. Tis impure stuff, gold mixed up with silver and other metals. Bah, what am I saying? The comparison ain't fair to Electrum. At least this alloy is worth something. Dude, you're beating yourself up too much. Seriously. You are a good miner, sir. I may be better, but you're still a good miner. You see, when refined, Electrum takes on an opulent whitish hue not seen in other metals. And there are certain things that can't be made without it, so it's prized by crafters. No, if I'm to liken myself to any metal, it'd have to be common brass. Dude! Seriously! Like, for real. Just cut yourself some slack, man. Stuff's pretty enough to look at when polished, but worth little and less. God, it dreams of being special, a one-of-a-kind type of miner everyone respected. But now I just... Enough of this brooding. I hate myself as it is. No need to add being a whiny sop to my list of failings. You saved my hide today, Zelda, and I'll find a way to repay the debt. Mark my words. What do you think, Chad? You think Wargol is being a bit too hard on himself? 'Cause I do. I think he is being very, very too much hard on himself. And we will get a better axe. Oh yeah. We're gonna be gaming, chat. Ooh. This will be better than what I got. Let's see. That's not going to be as good as that. That would give me a +3. Let's compare this. So that would be 4 to gathering, 2 to perception on the pants. Gloves would give me 1 to gathering. This would give me gathering and And +5. So we'll probably pick up the boots. Yeah, we'll pick up the boots. Zelda, thank the gods you're here! It's wide golly, he's gone and filed a complaint against his father to the concern, citing an abuse of power. It was forced Deep Canyon into a difficult position, to say the least. You know, the two of us haven't exactly seen eye to eye of late. I still owe the man a great debt. I would go to him and offer what aid I could, but he'd like to spurn even the attempt. I know full well how much I've already asked of you, but I would be eternally grateful if you lend Deep Canyon aid in my stead. To get started, it might be best to see what possessed his son to inform on his own flesh and blood. The fact that, you know, his dad was falsifying records, that's a crime in most places. No, you didn't win, sir. You very much lost. Here at the Guildmaster's bidding again. Well, I see no reason not to tell you about the situation. You know most everything any road. My old man was foisting dangerous jobs in the guild, forcing its members to risk life and limb for his own agenda. If that ain't the very definition of abuse, I don't know what is. You yourself were on the receiving end of this, I'm sure you'll recall. Can or no, I couldn't stand by and watch my guildmates being used like pawns in his game. So I went to the concern's upper management and filed a complaint. He hasn't said a word to me since, but I've a guess that he might be willing to speak with you. You've certainly done your fair share for the guild. He's out by the entrance right now, in case you want to hear his side of the story. Now, let's see what Daddy Valley has to say. It's been some time, Zelda. You doubtless hear as regards my son's accusations. Well, it's just as he claims. Now, this ain't gonna spare me what's coming, but a reason for my actions. Vengeance. I was supposed to become master of the Miners Guild. Everyone knew I had the best claim, but Alberta robbed me of the honor. Me, the man who taught her nigh everything she knows about her trade. She went behind my back and conspired with her predecessor. Fancy who's ended up being chosen to lead. By the way of payback, ever since I became vice foreman, I've striven to make Alberta's life harder than trying to mine with a dull pickaxe. You are a... Dude. Look at this man on screen. Look at this man on screen right bloody now. This is a vengeful, spiteful asshole. And if it were up to me, I'd make him pay. But fortunately for him, it's not up to me. All those outrageous demands to make her look incompetent. At the same time, I went about ensuring my son was well placed to take over as guildmaster. And my plan was about to bear fruit too, till you came along and ruined it by being my son's better. I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. By your expression, I take your doubt for a tale. Well, you need only ask your dear guildmaster. She can vouch for everything I say. Can she now? What? Deep Canyon believes I cheated him out of becoming guildmaster? That's not at all. I never aspired to this position. God, I was only an Alameda refugee working as hard as I could to get by. I never dreamed that I could rise as I did. And I suspected even less that it was the self-same dedication to my work that would lead me to being chosen. I'd known that accepting the mantle would tear us apart. Lamenting the past won't avail us. I can only know that I wouldn't be here where I am without the man. Can't allow this misunderstanding to cost Deep Canyon everything. Simply couldn't bear it. I'm not sure there's aught we can still do for him at this point, but we must try. Listen, White Gully is the one who filed the complaint. If you were to throw your own weight behind some of my concerns, maybe we could do something. Please, Zelda, it would be so much. Fine, I will help the overbearing oaf for you. Only because you asked me to. Alberta wants to help my old man. Truth be told, I wish to see his career destroyed either. I wanted to teach him a lesson, make him know that he can't just use people for his own ends. And now that the concern knows, it's been taken out of my hands. In their eyes, my father's actions have jeopardized relations with the Miners Guild, and nothing could be worse. So they've given him a test. If he's serving advice for me, he must prove at the inquest that he still has the confidence of the guild. And they ain't interested in no words. They want hard evidence. That's to say, they're demanding that someone from the guild show him loyalty by going and digging up 3 of the toughest damn rocks of ore there is to find. Dark steel. Good for airship and submarine hulks, chat. I certainly don't qualify for the task of being his son, and Alberta can't do it neither because she's the bleeding guild master. That's just how it works. That leaves you, Zelda. We don't have much time before the inquest begins, so you have to hurry. It wasn't exaggerated before. Darksteel's elusive as all hells. Located in the snowy reaches of Curtis and nowhere else. To actually find the stuff, you'll first need to use your Truth of Mountains technique to locate unspoiled nodes. Oh, unspoiled nodes, you say? That's where all the really good stuff is. Then in God's know why, you'll have to survive a night in the cold for the deposits to reveal themselves. Finally, you dig and you pray. When you have enough chunks of dark steel ore, take them to Alberta. I'll make sure she knows what's going on. Use the technique, Truth the Mountains, to locate dark steel ore that appears in Cortes Highlands at 1 a.m. Eorzea. Mine the required quantity and return it to Alberta as quickly as you're able. Yeah, so that was the thing about timed nodes. So, time nodes are things that only appear at certain times of day, and, well, they have extremely rare, extremely valuable mining and extremely rare and valuable things for a variety of different crafts. And they can be sold for, in some cases, quite a bit of gil on market board as well. White Gully's told me about this situation. Be sure you bring the Darksteel ore as soon as you got it. Now I feel this bears mentioning regarding how to go about obtaining the ore. It may sound ridiculous, but it's exactly as White Gully says. You'll need the endurance to survive a night in Curtis, and the technique Truth the Mountains to locate unspoiled mineral deposits to help speed your way. Which, I mean, we've got the Darksteel. Incredible, Zelda! Yeah, thank you. Your talents are truly boundless. Hopefully these will suffice to spare Deep Canyon, but let's make haste to the inquest. White Gully is already on his way. Well, did you get a guild member to bring you Darksteel ore? Because make no mistake, Deep Canyon, you came to this inquest empty-handed. We will end you. Your time with the concern will be just a memory. Look at this two-toned-eyed Lala. He looks really pissed. Really, really pissed. Well, we have the ore right here, procured by Zelda Hime of the Miners Guild. Well, be good. She isn't lying. This is Darksteel, and some of the finest I've ever seen. It's no ordinary miner who can find Darksteel, let alone stuff that looks this good. Seems your reputation is well earned. That said, we're hardly here to question your ability. Though I find myself wondering as to your motives. Why did you bring the ore? I know the same. Why stick your neck out for him? He's giving you nothing but trouble. What in the seven hells are you trying to pull out of Berta? I don't need anyone's pity, yours least of all. I'm not here to give you pity, but to clear up the misunderstanding between us. A misunderstanding? Listen to me, Deep Canyon. I never wanted to become Guildmaster. The responsibility was thrust upon me. It was not to be done for it. Gods, when my name was being bandied about for the position, my first instinct was to take myself out of consideration. I spoke to the Guildmaster in private, as you say, but it wasn't to connive against you. It was to give up my claim. You expect me to believe that? I had surely betrayed you back then. Would I have bothered to come here? But if that's true, then everything I've done. But, well, to have taken this so far. You didn't want to admit defeat, Father. Let a bird beat you out on her own merits. You knew this in your heart, but you refused to accept it. In your pride, you convinced yourself that she betrayed you. But by doing so, you only validated why we were passed over for Guildmaster in the first place. Please, Father, let go of the past. Accept what you were beaten as I have with Zelda, and let's start over. And have it in you to do so. You have it in you to do so, Deep King, to begin anew. I know of your love for mining more than anyone. If you'd be willing to try again, I promise the Guild's full cooperation. Full cooperation? Are you sure about this? I would leave the past where it belongs, in the past. The Guild wants only to look forward and to continue working with the concern. Zelda was the biggest victim in this whole affair, yet she's willing to give Deep Canyon another chance. Only because the game says I have to. Yet she's willing to give Deep Canyon another chance. She wouldn't have brought the Darksteel ore otherwise. Strong nods. That's well and good, but what about you? Can you really forget everything he's done? I can. Above all else, I miss my old friend and mentor. To get him back, I would forgive much and more. Alberta. Well, I'm inclined to lay this matter to rest. Any objections, say? If you're satisfied, brother, then so am I. Then it is settled. Vice Foreman Deep Canyon, by the request of the Miners Guild, you shall retain your present office at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. Through hard work, I trust that you will make amends for past transgressions. You know, chat, I learned something today. Don't be an asshole. I'm full glad that's over, Zelda. I would have a word with you in private. Would you mind returning to the guild with me? I asked you here so that I might thank you properly. Had you not been on hand to help, Deep Canyon's career would have ended prematurely and in disgrace. Worse, I might have lost my dear friend forever. I owe you a debt that I'll likely never be able to repay. But look at you. In no time at all, you've grown into a miner who can make the earth yield up even dark steel ore, the rarest of metals. There's nothing left for me to teach you. As an adventurer, you'd like to find yourself in all corners of the realm. But wherever your road takes you, I want you to practice our craft for the good of all. Strong nods. Go well, Zelda. May your toils never go unrewarded. Alright, so we're going to get our relic tool. Well, it's not the relic yet, but it's the base for the relic. And then what did we say? We're going to get the, I think the boots, right? Yeah, we're going to get the boots. This concludes the minor quest for Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must complete the main scenario quest before the dawn. Once you've done so, the next minor request will be available from Alberta. And we are 56. But we have to complete A Realm Reborn for the next quest. Well, let's try on that new pickaxe. Yep. And where's our boots? And let's go ahead and update. Looking good, looking good. We'll have to start upgrading our gear here, but alright, so we are going to go into our saddlebag and we are going to put all of our spoils away. We don't need these clogging up our inventory. Next stop. We are going. Done there. Next stop will be the one here in our crafting jobs. But you know, before we do our crafting jobs, let's go ahead and unlock. Let's go ahead and actually get on one of our professions. We'll do blacksmith. Let's go ahead and finally do the last 2.0 side quest that we have available, which dovetails very, very nicely with being a crafter. So we are going to do Waking the Spirit here. And we need to go to Single Fanland. So we can get ourselves the ability to meld materia. So for that we're going to have two quests that were introduced in 2.0 for this. Waking the Spirit and Melding Materia Muchly. So let's go up to the pot and let's do it. This will allow us to actually meld our materia ourselves. Why, hello there. I see you're a disciple of the hand, like me. Mayhap you're interested in learning how to meld the materia to your gear. If so, it'd be my pleasure to teach you. Ready to begin? Good. Now then, there's one thing to keep in mind when melding: materia slots. Arms and armor each have a certain number of these slots, and this determines how many pieces of materia they can host. Normally an item cannot host more pieces of materia than it has slots. However, as most other things in life, there are certain exceptions. This is a sort of knowledge is for later down the road, after you become more experienced. Today I want to broach the subject of master meetings. Now, off you go, and happy melding. And we have unlocked materia melding. So now we can do fun things. Okay, so mutaments, we'll have some marvelously mutable materia. That would be with Kokomushu over here is in a later patch. So we're going to bypass him for now. And we're going to go talk to Mutamix. And this will allow us to do overmelding. You are given to understand that Mutamix is the keeper of secret materia and techniques. Uplander is a joiner of materia? Uplander desires to join muchly, yes. The Mutamix makes the brain case of Uplander rattle with secret knowings of materia. First, Uplander must be proving readiness. Uplander shall we do, attaching 8 pieces of material. And let Uplander and Mutamix take some practice in. Alright, so we need to meld 8 pieces of material. So let's make sure we actually have some material. Heck, let's take one of our items that we had to do. Materia melding crafts. This one. So we are going to freeze materia. To meld it. We're going to do this 8 times. What's this thing? So we will go ahead and meld this. A few times, we'll treat it. Meld it again. There's 2. Five, 2, no, 6, meld again, 7. Last. And there we go. We've melded 8 times. We've proven in Mutamix that we can, in fact, meld the materia. Uplander is good joining skill. Mutamix give Unplander secret knowings of word bond. Mostly part, one fighting tool bears only little materia. But if Uplander uses secret joining skill, one fighting tool bears many materia. Maybe. Mutamix teach Uplander secret joining skill, but Uplander keep in plain case that it sometimes work unrightly. Will fighting tool of Uplander bear any materia? Or will materia turn to bitty bits, using secret joining skill, not for unstrong a bladder? Alright, so with that, we can now do what we know in the biz. as overmelding or pentamelding, which means that we can add more materia than the piece has slots. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at our gear here. So let's see. Let's find a piece that we can actually meld. There we go. So you see how this hammer has one slot. Now, for each of these slots, so the first one we can do for free. Each slot that we try to melt afterwards is going to have an increasing failure chance, which means that you will need more of the material you're trying to meld in order for it to succeed. However, once you do have all five of the materia melded, your gear will be the best it can be at whatever level it is. So, as a general rule, weapons and so things like this can have like 2 slots. So that's the general rule. So things like your left side gear can hold up to 2 slots, and so when you're overmelting the last 3 slots. Your accessories and your tools, those will be 1 materia that you can get for free, and then you have 4 slots in which you will have to overmelt. So that's just kind of the basics of it, but it's a very useful crafting tool, and we now have it. And with that means that all of our A Realm Reborn side quests are officially done. So we can check that off the list. Now that we've taken care of that, let's go back to Ul'dah. Looks like we got an ad, so let's just go ahead and preemptively run that while we get over to the Weavers, the Goldsmiths Guild. Alright, we are back. Let's go talk with our lovely, lovely Guildmaster. She'll give us some shards, which will be nice, copper ore, and a hemp and curda. Great! Let's get started! Enough though, to be honest, I swear you've done this before by the way you wear that hammer on your hip. Mind, even if you do have some experience, a responsible Guildmaster must ensure that her charges have a firm grasp of the fundamentals. Therefore, I command you to craft me a copper ingot. It's simple, really. All you need is a copper ore and a wind shard. Our guild supplier, our Aston, can supply with the copper ore, and I gave you a few wind shards along with your hammer. At least I think I did. If it turns out you don't have any, you'll need to get some yourself. Isn't this exciting, Zelda? Your first real challenge is a member of the Goldsmiths Guild. Now show me the ingot when you're done. Good luck. Alright, I made you your ingots. Oh, did you get the materials you needed? Aston over there can sell you copper ore, but I'm afraid he doesn't stock wind shards. Don't think too hard, Zelda. Just give it a try and see what happens. Proceed. You know, I think this is quite... Utter garbage. The worst. Not even fit for making a chamber pot. Quiet, Gigi. I'm the Guildmaster. I get to decide what's fit for a chamber pot. Ahem. Please excuse me. He gets a bit overzealous at times. Gigi is my assistant, but he has a habit of butting in with his opinions. Most mammoths are rather simple, capable of no more than rudimentary speech. They can be relied upon for menial tasks, but little else. Gigi, on the other hand, is quite intelligent and quite stubborn, I might add. I suspect that's due to his age, but he's been with the guild for an eternity, ever attending each guildmaster. But recently he's been coming and going as he pleases. Kneel before Gigi, the one true guildmaster. Respect my authority, ignorant mortal, or suffer my wrath. It's like this every day, Zelda. I'm afraid the experience he's accumulated over a century of assisting guildmasters has made him arrogant. It's quite intimidating, really. I may be the guildmaster, but he's like a walking, talking archive of all knowledge to do with our craft. Oh, I completely forgot about your ingot. Sorry. As I was about to say, I think this is very, very good for a beginner. Very, very good for a beginner. It's reasonably pure and well-formed. I dare say you've got a knack for this, Zelda. What you need now is practice. So keep practicing with your hammer. Come back here when you've gotten more comfortable using it. Bugger off, greenhorn. Uh-huh. Give me my shards. And oh, Zelda. I'm honestly a bit surprised to see you. Most of them find Gigi's evaluation so harsh that we never hear from him again. I'm so glad that you did take him seriously when he said your copper wasn't fit for a chamber pot. I mean, really, doesn't even make sense. You could make a chamber pot out of anything. Anyways, I hope you've been working hard, because your next task won't be nearly as easy as the last. Listen well, Zelda. I want you to make me 3 copper coins. For this, you'll need copper ingots, which you very conveniently learned to make last time. I directed you to purchase ore from Aston before, but there are other ways to obtain it. You could dig it up yourself, or perhaps befriend a lonely miner and convince him to share some with you. However you choose to obtain your materials, I'm sure you'll put them to good use. Omni-crafting and omni-gathering is the only way, chat. The only true way. The omni-profession. There! Are the gorgons ready yet, Zelda? Don't keep me waiting too long. Here you go, my dear. Well, in my opinion. Gorgets? Your gorgets are gorgeous, Greenhorn. Oh wait, I meant grotesque, ungodly, and a affront to the gods themselves. For shame. Beg your pardon, Zelda. I'm afraid that constructive criticism isn't one of Gigi's strong points. But where was I? Ah yes, your gorgets are well made, strong and functional. And that's the least they should be, as they're meant to protect one's throat. When it comes to basic pieces like these, we don't have much creative freedom. Still, it doesn't mean we should put in less effort, especially since the techniques used to craft simple accessories are the same ones used to craft elaborate ones. Now then, when you've learned how to handle your hammer, there's another tool I'd like you to get acquainted with. With this grinding wheel, you'll find it easier to add the finishing touches when you craft. Try using it, and you'll see what I mean. Keep your nose to that grinding wheel, and you'll be ready for your next challenge in no time at all. Talk about gear. We'll take the gill. Throw some rings on it. I'm so sorry. Please don't. Oh, it's only you, Zelda. For a moment there, I thought my heart was about to fail me. I thought the angry miner had returned. Gigi wasn't pleased with the ore the miner brought in, you see. He made this sentiment clear, in the only way he knows how. There was mention of the miner's mother and an outgoat. The miner's mother and an outgoat, chat. Ouch. Never mind all that. I have an urgent task for you. We've just received an order for a prodigious quantity of copper rings, and I'd like you to handle it. Now, this is an honest-to-God's commission, Zelda, and you'll have to satisfy a paying customer, not your kind and lovely guild master. But I believe that you can do more than simply satisfy. Now that the customer's waiting, you'd best get started on those copper rings. When they're ready, come and show them to me, just for good measure. So, are the rings ready yet? Copper rings. I've seen worse. Oh, Gigi, must you always be so... Wait a minute. Did you just say that you've seen worse? Zelda, that's as good as a compliment coming from him. In fact, when you consider what a scathing critic he usually is, perhaps the fact that he's not saying anything more insulting is a sign he likes it. After all, he's called your previous work utter garbage and an affront to the gods themselves. I've expected him to call these things abysmal failures. Oh, I probably should take this opportunity to teach you a thing or two about what you made. Copper rings are rings made out of copper. They can be used to make chains, and they're chainmail. You probably already knew all that. Anyway, Zelda, I would like you to deliver these rings to the client personally. I would handle it myself, but I believe it's very important that you learn how to deal with customers firsthand. The client is a Sultan sworn named Robert, who should be waiting outside the guild right about now. Strong nods. I told him that he could wait outside, but he said he didn't want to distract the goldsmiths at their work. Not that I wouldn't mind a distraction like that. I think she's in love, Chad. She wants this Sultan sworn to distract her. You're a goldsmith, are you? Did Mistress Serendipity send you? She did. Yes, these will serve nicely. Keeping the Sultana from harm is perilous business, you see. And the Sultan Sworn can never have enough supplies to keep our equipment in serviceable condition. You may inform Mistress Serendipity that she can expect full payment soon, and that I should send her my fondest regards. The fondest regards. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, chat? How did it go, Zelda? What did he say about me? What did he say about you, indeed? I mean, about your work. Anyway, seeing how well your very first commission went, I have high hopes for those to come. In fact, why don't you speak with Eustace down at the queststand and see what work is available for a goldsmith? Yes, I believe you're quite ready to handle commissions independent of my supervision. Take yourself to the Adventurers Guild and try taking on a task with you. Go do guild leads. You would not believe what just happened, Zelda. Kiki touched my bottom. I was assisting one of the guildsmiths when he reached out and grabbed it without warning. Didn't have to call and say that my bottom lacks sufficient shape and tone. I feel so violated and insulted. I'm glad Robert wasn't here too. Oh, that reminds me. Robert was back again with another commission. This time he wants a pair of fang earrings and a brass gorget made. And not just by any goldsmith. Mind you, he specifically requested the artist to be crafted the copper rings. That's you, Zelda. You must be really impressed by your work. When the accessories are ready, pray present them for my inspection. I want to ensure that Robert's completely satisfied. How are the rings and the gorget coming along? I don't want to keep Robert waiting. I'm sure you don't. Nice cookie. Impressive work, Zelda. You clearly have an affinity for brass. The fine touches on these earrings in particular are. Me. Thanks, brass. This presents a dilemma. I should not take these items, but they feel fresh. Your numerous mistakes when taken together give them an endearing quality. I am reminded of Serendipity, her meager bottom bosom and untoned buttocks are. Giggy, I will have you know that my bosom is quite ample, and my bottom is as firm as can be. I simply don't wear clothing that. Wait, this has nothing to do with anything, and I refuse to be a part to a debate over my own body parts. We were talking about the earrings and the gorget you made, Zelda. Well, copper brass, which is more useful than you may realize. Well, it isn't the fanciest metal around. It can be made to resemble gold in appearance if shaped and polished well. And despite Gigi's comments, I believe you've done an excellent job. Robert will doubtless agree. Since he requested that you make these items, I suppose you should be the one to deliver them. You'll find him outside as before. Just go talk to the man, woman. Jesus Christ. The 12. The 12 be praised. Just go talk to them. Talk to the man. Good to see you again, Zelda. I take it the earrings and the gorget are ready. You have indeed. I made them the best I could. By the gods, the craftsmanship is exquisite. Isn't gear meant to be worn, but art to be admired. It's little wonder that Serendipity was made guildmaster at such a young age. She's a woman of incomparable talent and a rare beauty besides. What? It was you who crafted these? Well, now this is unexpected development. I will have to keep my eye on both you and your lovely guildmaster. My thanks, Zelda. What do you mean, keep an eye on me? Well, if you're gonna keep an eye out on me, you better keep both eyes. You know what I'm saying, chat? He thought it was my handiwork. I don't know what to say. For a customer to mistake your work for mine speaks to your growth as a goldsmith. At the rate you're improving, I can only imagine what customers were saying about you years from now. Years? How about the end of this quest line? Zelda, oh God, you should have seen it. It was glorious. A golden brown apple tart, freshly baked by a Bismarck-trained chef. I was saving it for an afternoon snack, but the moment I turned my back, that little terror ate it. He ate it. Rabbits can't even taste food. And then he had the nerve to criticize my diet, saying it would lead to further devastation from conventional standards of beauty, deviation from conventional standards of beauty. Gods, I just... Pardon my outburst. That's not why you're here. Keeping your skills sharp, I trust. I know it occurs to me that in the past 2 weeks I gave you that the past 2 tasks I gave you weren't proper lessons. How about I teach you something new? What do you know about materia? Don't answer that, even if you're familiar with it, since my duty as guildmaster to instruct you in its applications to our craft. So, let's review the basics. Materia are special crystals you can use to enhance the properties of items. Now, attaching these crystals requires an artisan's touch, so for this lesson I want you to attach materia to an item. Not any item, mind you, but a staghorn staff. But I would have you craft yourself. This particular staff may prove difficult to construct, if only because the requisite horns must be cut from antelopes, which are not native to Thanalan. If you wish to purchase some, you might have some luck searching over at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. If that doesn't yield what you seek, a trip to Gridania may be in order. There are numerous types of material out there, but it's entirely up to you what you will use. I'm only concerned with your ability to attach it after all. Oh, and I almost forgot the most important part. While this talk of materia makes absolutely no sense, you could go to Central Danoland and learn from Master Mutamix himself. Though to be honest, I didn't understand a word he said. No questions? Splendid. Off you go, Zelda. Yeah, serendipity. We've already had a few tongue flaps with Master Mutamix, and he filled our brain cases with knowings of melding materia muchly. How goes your endeavor to detach materia, Zelda? The crystallized essence of past experience so easily inherited. This is all rather silly. Would it not be more simple to attach materia directly to self? Gigi would be glad to try inserting crystals into Greenhorn Skull. Ah! No! Bad Gigi! That isn't how materia works. Oh, please don't misunderstand him, Zelda. I'm certain he means well. As for your staff, it's very well made, and the materia is perfectly melded. Honestly, darling. Perhaps you're wondering who would prefer a staff with a headpiece of bone over one studded with jewels. Well, the thaumaturgist favors such equipment. Fangs and horns are the weapons of beasts used to kill and defend. Few materials are better suited than those for channeling the dark arts, or so I understand. I'm the furthest thing there is from a trained thaumaturge, but even I can sense the arcane magics residing within this staff. Anyway, I trust you've learned something today about the importance of searching the markets and how to handle materia. I hope this knowledge serves you well in your future endeavors. It's going to take gold. Wherever the silver cord be loosed. Serendipity requires your assistance with a dire matter. Oh, Zelda, I was just hoping that you would come by. You see, something happened to Gigi. Recently he started acting strangely. Even by his usual standards. Anyway, I determined the costs. It's quite complicated, but to put it simply, he's breaking down. I can handle the repairs, but I need to count on you for something. I need you to make an ingot of silver. Not any ingot of silver, mind you, but a high-quality one. We learn about high-quality crafts. It may seem daunting, but I have every confidence that you can handle the task. Uh-huh. Please, bring me the silver as soon as it's ready. This is perfect, Zelda. I can fix Gigi with this, I'm sure of it. Silver ingot, forced to accept aid from Greenhorn. So humiliating. Hydrate, chat. Always hydrate. Poor Gigi. He's like a completely different person. What? Not that different than usual, you say? Yep. Well, it may seem that way to you, but I can assure you he's quite out of sorts. Anyway, silver was historically prized for its beauty. Ancient peoples even believed it to possess magical properties. Though they did not completely understand the natural processes involved, they were in fact correct. It's difficult to explain to someone without an extensive background in the relevant fields, but let's just say that silver is really, really good at channeling ether. For this reason, silver is the material of choice for making a mammoth's precision parts. Thankfully, the component responsible for Gigi's erratic behavior is within my ability to craft. But God forbid that his core should ever be damaged. Oh, the core. It's like, well, it's everything that makes Gigi himself. His memories, his personalities, his soul, really. When he was first built over a century ago, he knew nothing. By assisting the guildmaster after guildmaster, he'd come to possess more wisdom and experience than any living goldsmith. That knowledge and the gentle soul that carries it are the guild's greatest treasures. Heh, I take it you didn't realize how replaceable he is. Believe me, it's been a great comfort having him around. And thanks to you, we continue to rely on his counsel. Give me the silver. Give me the silver. Zelda, something awful has happened. It's Kiki. Instead of behaving better, he's acting even worse. A traveling merchant was here not a bell ago to discuss a potential contract with us. In the midst of negotiations, Kiki commented on the man's jewelry, claiming such tawdry baubles are beneath even a little bits of a whore. Unsurprisingly, the man became quite upset and stormed off. The members understand that Kiki can be harsh critic, but this foreign gentleman Roten was visiting us for the first time. If it were a guild member, we might have overlooked the incident. But he was a concerned business partner. God, this is a disaster for the guild. We must make it up to him. Can you help me, Zelda? And before Gigi offended him, we were discussing a bulk order of malachite. It's by way of apology. I'd like to gift Retarn a pair of these, the finest we can craft. Gods are good, will forgive us for the incident. You're one of our best, so I'd like you to craft the earrings. When they're ready, please present them to me for inspection. Are the earrings ready yet? Indeed. Such vibrant greens. Even I couldn't have done a better job at cutting the stones. Despite being relatively commonplace, malachite is quite sought after, owing to its supposed power to ward off evil. Earring pieces bearing swirls that resemble an eye are especially popular. Superstitions notwithstanding, it does indeed have some mild thaumaturgical properties. I must say, you've really outdone yourself, Zelda. I pray that Retarn will feel the same. Much as I would like to apologize in person, I'm not sure he'd be willing to hear me out, so I'd like you to deliver the earrings. Before he left, Retarn mentioned that he'd had other business to conduct at the Ruby Road Exchange. Chances are you'll find him there. Alright, let's go find this little mincing merchant. There's our fair dancers. Oh God, it's not a guild goldsmith. Let me make myself clear. I just want to discuss a potential partnership. Do not know what I've done to avenge your guildmaster and her assistant, but I understand that I'm no longer welcome. Now please leave me in peace. Well, see, it's been a big misunderstanding. You see, Kiki's an ass, even to us. Really now, I don't want to hear it. Just let me be. About a 12. I've never seen such fine craftsmanship. For Mr. Serendipity, I'm speechless. I never imagined the guildmaster would go so far as to personally craft. But you're the one who crafted these? Not the fair guildmaster? Gods do indeed work in mysterious ways. I don't believe I've properly introduced myself. I'm Rotoan. I'm Roton, a traveling entrepreneur. I go wherever opportunity beckons, buying for a deal and selling for tea. Long have I wandered the realm in search of fine accessories, as well as the talented goldsmiths and craftsmen. You are precisely the sort of artisan I endeavor to meet. I would be honored if you allowed me to purchase more of your fine merchandise. Permit me to sell your wares, and we'll both be wealthy in no time. But forgive my impetuousness. You're a guild goldsmith, and I must go to the proper channels. Very well, I will meet with Mr. Serendipity once more. Please give my card to Guildmaster and inform her that I will contact her again soon to resume contract negotiations. So, this chick over here helped me at Lord of the Dance. We will get to her in a future patch. Just in case you were wondering. We'll get some troubled adventure in a future patch as well. Back to the goldsmith guild. Let me change one thing here in our target. There we go. So we don't get that thing when we're trying to click on something and we accidentally click ourselves when we don't need to. Welcome back, Zelda. While you're gone, I performed some basic maintenance on Kiki. I'm not sure if I fixed the problem or if there was even a problem to begin with, but what about Rotoan? Did you find him? Give me his heart. That's wonderful news, Zelda. Not only has he forgiven us, but he desires a business partnership even more with than before. I knew I was right to count on you, Zelda. There's something about your work that moves me, and it touches the soul. It's a gift, and it can't be taught, as much as I wish it could. You know, you've always had it in you, and as you grow more skilled, you'll only become better at expressing it. I'm certain that it was part of Roton's decision. So we know he'll request for services when he next visits. He must work hard and tell you the time comes. Give me the gold. And we are level 54. Mammoth's on fire. been waiting for you, Zelda. You remember Rorotin, the merchant for whom you made those exquisite earrings? He paid a visit not long ago, hoping to find you present. In fact, he was positively heartbroken when he couldn't speak with you in person. It's hard to believe that he was once so curious with us. It is as if that unfortunate incident never happened at all. But returning to the matter in hand, Rorotin has commissioned you to craft a firebrand, with a peerless quality, of course. When you've finished, I must insist that I evaluate your work. It's not that I don't trust your craftsmanship, but Rorotin is an important client, to say the least. Is the firebrand ready yet, Zelda? Indeed. All right, Gigi. I know this is your first evaluation in a long while, but I'm sure you can handle it. Gigi. Firebrand, burn, burn, make it burn them. Gigi is the one true lord of the inferno. Mwahaha. No, Gigi, no. What did I tell you? No fires. Please forgive him, Zelda. I might have knocked something loose in performing maintenance earlier. But I'm certain it's nothing important, really. Other than the occasional outbursts, he's been relatively stable. Well, for Gigi, anyway. Ah, yes, the scepter. I must say that you've once again done a marvelous job. I'm particularly impressed by how well you set the eye in the fire of the fire in the scepter. The gemstone is the focal point of the design, both aesthetically and practically speaking. It is what allows a thaumaturge to channel the ethereal energies of Den. And that's what transformed the piece from a common instrument of death into a stunning work of art. Any veteran thaumaturge would doubtless be satisfied by the quality and efficacy of this firebrand. I must know Ritaran will be happy to receive it. I say we give him the gift that keeps on giving. I say we give him the gift of fire. Gigi, there will be absolutely no gift giving on my watch. Have I made myself clear? You can leave the rest to me, Zelda. I'll say that Ritaran receives your firebrand and nothing else. Serendipity has another commission for us. Good to see you again. You'll be pleased to know that Gigi is completely back to normal. Why, when Ritaran was here not too long ago, he only had to contend with Gigi's traditional repertoire of insults. You know what I mean, I'm sure. That Ritaran was a hopeless fool, that he was completely devoid of artistic sensibilities, that he smelt of rolling berries, that sort of thing. Oh, don't get me wrong, it was still terribly distressing, but at least there was no more talk of fires. Anyway, as for why Rorotin was here in the first place, he wished to commission you once more, this time for a horn staff. It goes without saying that he desires a staff of the highest quality, so please bear that in mind before you present your work to me for inspection. Good luck. Oh, have you finished the horn staff already? Yeah. It's like we know what's going to happen before you tell us. Horn staff. Ah, so this is Greenhorn staff? You are improving. Perhaps Greenhorn has finally outgrown her title. I must think of a more suitable one. Something that acknowledges your recent growth, but still conveys disdain for the majority of your work. That's extremely high praise. At least I think it is. But there's one thing that I can say with certainty. This particular commission has made it even easier than usual to evaluate your growth. For all the firebrand you made before required you to work with many of the same materials. So this is a perfect opportunity to see how your technique has improved since then. Although both are carved from old goat horn and adorned with an eye of fire, I would say this staff is much more refined by comparison. The wolf fangs bearing up from the tip are the coup de grace, not only strengthening the thaumaturgical properties of the weapon, but also improving the wielder's ability to cut an imposing figure. Why don't you deliver this commission to Rorotin in the Ruby Road Exchange personally? It's been a while since you last met, so I'm sure he'd be happy to see you. Back to the Ruby Road Exchange. I am a mammoth. There we go. Why, if it isn't Zelda, you're a hard woman to find, as it happens. As it happens, I had another commission for you. Mr. Serendipity has the details. What would you prefer that I tell you? Well, she told me, and here's your staff. You've already crafted the horn staff. Beg your pardon, I had no idea. I appreciate that you came to deliver it. I was dreading the inevitable encounter with that irrepressible mammoth. Don't misunderstand, it's not that I'm offended. On the contrary, its assessment of my abilities is harsh but fair. But he reminds me that I have much more to learn before I can call myself a connoisseur of the fine arts. And in times like these, ignorance can be a fatal failing, especially if the rumors sweeping the markets are to be given credence. Surely you've heard them as well, this talk of the Jade Fox. Aye, the legendary thief has come to Ul'dah at last, a master of disguise whose identity is a complete mystery. There's but one thing on which everyone can agree. That his lust for fine jewelry is insatiable. So you must understand why a merchant like me would feel ill at ease. He's as no greater enemy to the industrious businessman than dastardly thief who would steal his wares without compunction. You and your fellow goldsmiths should take care. In fact, I would not surprise me in the slightest if the Jade Fox were to turn his attentions towards you. Don't say. Back we go to the Goldsmith's Guild, the Goldsmith's Guild, the Goldsmith's Guild. Back we go to the Goldsmith's Guild. Talk to Serendipity. Thank you, thank you. Hold your pause, please. Welcome back, Zelda. I hope the staff listened to Rorotin's satisfaction. Congratulations on a job well done, then. Oh, but before you go, I've recently been informed that a dangerous thief has come to Ulda. We goldsmiths might be the target of his magnet. What? You already heard about the jade box. Well, now aren't we well informed? Anyway, I must urge you to be cautious in dealing with new customers. The jade box may disguise himself as one in an attempt to defraud you. As for the guild, rest assured that I will personally scrutinize anyone who seeks to commission our goldsmiths, and I am an excellent judge of character. What was that? Did I just hear you snicker, Zelda? And I thought you respected your kind and lovely guild master. The fox in the hen house. Serendipity is in desperate need of your assistance. Cut the little hand, Zelda. We have a mountain of commissions to fill. It's because of the upcoming gala to celebrate the Sultana's name day. Anyone has received an invitation, and all of them intend to be wearing the finest garments and jewelry. Some of our more popular requests have been for headwear, and that's where I'd like your help. Especially, we'll need 3 electrum circlets of the highest quality possible. 1 set with amber, 1 set with spinel, and 1 set with zircon. Can you handle that? You can handle that, can't you? And if you're at all... I am more that can handle that. And if you're all curious as to why I'm giving you this particular commission, Sir Roten, your biggest fan. He's acting as the middleman for many of our transactions, you see. I knew he was ambitious, but I never expected him to rise to prominence so quickly. He became the talk of Uldan High Society, and with his impressive knowledge of the fine arts and his talent for obtaining anything his customers desire. Of course, what most are unaware of is that his talent is largely dependent on yours. In case you've yet to realize it is your creations that have helped him to build his reputation. You haven't let him down once, Zelda, and don't make this the first time. Be the best goldsmith you can be and bring me the circlets when you're ready. Remember, Roten requested 1 circlet with amber, 1 set with spinel, and 1 set with zircon. Whenever they're ready, bring them here. I'll take a look. Zircon, spinel, amber. Electrum circlets. I will not bore you with flattery, Greenhorn. I will simply state that you did well. You will not permit Geeky to fill your head with materia, then he will not deign to fill it with praise, faint or otherwise. It's awfully petty of you. These circlets certainly deserve more than that. Take this 1 set with amber. Now, amber isn't a gemstone in the traditional sense, since it's composed of fossilized resin and not a mineral. As a result, it requires different techniques to bring out its true potential. But you've managed to do just that, creating a piece of both pleasing to the eye and beneficial to the wearer, especially one who just wishes to more effectively channel its earth magics. In contrast to the natural vibrance of amber, the zircon in this circuit imparts a sense of wisdom and worldliness. Of course, it also improves one's affinity with ice aspected ether. Now that I think on it, zircon is not unlike ice, and the presence of impurities can radically alter its appearance. As for the circlet set with spinel, I would say it strikes me as a symbol of confidence and power. Though perhaps I'm only saying that because I know that spinel is extremely aspected to lightning. You brought out the best of your materials and crafted 3 yet equally magnificent circlets. I would go so far as to say that you've attained a level of skill rivaling that of our best goldsmiths. All that is left is for you to head to the Ruby Road Exchange and deliver them to Roten. Actually, I take that back. There is one more thing you should probably attend to. Do you remember our friend from the Silver Sword, Robert? He was just here asking to speak with you. I must confess I'm somewhat jealous of his special attention, in case he should be returning any moment, so perhaps you will find him outside. I have no idea what's on his mind, but you might as well speak with him before making your delivery to Roroti. Secrets and lies, secrets and lies. The man is not more than a miserable pile of secrets and lies. Please, Gigi, show some restraint. I know you dislike Rorotin, but this is too much. You must learn to treat our customers with respect. This kind of behavior is inexcusable. Don't concern yourself with him, Zelda. Give my regards to Rorotin and Robert. So, there you are. I'm glad I finally found you. I understand you're helping Mistress Serendipity with some of the orders in the Sultana's name day celebration. I know you must be busy, so I'll get to the point. The Sultan sworn to learn that the Jade Fox and Notorious Thief may be plotting to infiltrate the festivities and rob our distinguished guests. We will not allow this to happen, of course. However, the identity of the thief has yet to be determined. Therefore, we have decided to discreetly investigate several of our guests, including your patron, Rorotin. He has no ties to the 77 Caravans or any other major trade organization. You'll find no relatives, and his activities prior to his arrival in the city are unknown. You have met with the so-called merchant several times and billed numerous commissions for him, have you not? Yet I wager he has shared little, if any, personal information. Can you honestly say that you know the man? I tell you this because if he is indeed a Jade Fox, I fear you may be part of his plans. Do not turn your back on him, Zelda. Fair enough. Secrets and lies, secrets and lies. The man is not more than secrets and lies. Shoving. What happened to my friends? Jeez. Greetings, Zelda. Always a pleasure to see you. We brought the circlets at commission. Zircon, Ember, Spinner. They're spectacular. Simply spectacular. The woman who wear these works of art will be the toast of Zelda, I guarantee it. You're more quiet than usual, Zelda. Is there something troubling you? Why did you really come to Ul'dah? Are you the Jade Fox? Why did you really come to Uda? Because I so deeply respect you as an artist. To be perfectly honest, I confess I am not exactly the dedicated entrepreneur that I claim to be. In truth, I am a man bespotted with the trappings of the material world. I wander the realm in search of artistic masterpieces. It is a business of anybody an altruist. Some men covet and hoard their treasures, but I would soon share mine with my fellow man. I'd go so far as to say I consider this my sacred duty. Which is why I'm absolutely thrilled to have discovered a talented goldsmith like you. So rare luxury goods, I couldn't have asked for a better supplier. But I must insist that this conversation remain between us. In this city, it's unbecoming of a merchant to have any motive other than profit, you know? I don't know. Seems a little sus to me. What do I know? Welcome back, Sarah. I'd ask if we're going to prove your circles, but I have no reason to believe you didn't. By the way, I spoke with Robert after you left. He told me this rumor that the Jade Fox might target the Sultana's name day celebration. It's terrible that the rogue would even consider ruining the royal gala. Gods, what is the world coming to? I hope Robert catches defeat and his personal teaches him a lesson. But let's not dwell on that, shall we? Our name day should be a happy occasion. I'm sure that everything will turn out for the best. Level 55. And we will get a tool. So that will definitely come in handy. All of the gear, though, is much less than what we have. Oh, Zelda, good evening. Sorry, it's been a long wait. What day is it? I'm so busy on account of the Sultana's name day celebration, I haven't had time to get a good night's sleep. Or any sleep for that matter. Don't worry about me though, I'm fine, see? Perfectly awake, perfectly fine. And seeing you're here reminds me that I had a very important commission for you. Robotin wants you to craft a ring. A ring he intends to present to the Sultana herself. This is the sort of opportunity that comes but once in a lifetime. Your jewelry might be worn by Her Royal Majesty Unanimo Unamo. You see, at the celebration, all the Sultana's gifts will be presented to her at once in a grand ceremony. Any guest whose gift receives special recognition is assured of great fame and fortune. Dorotin was adamant that you be the one to craft this gift. He said he could only accept the work of Ota's premier goldsmith. Discussing the matter at length, they decided on a flawless black coral ring as his present. Additionally, he would like to be melded with the material as a finishing touch. He suggested I use a hiding material that would give us a ton of incentive to select it. Although we don't want to give the impression she needs it. It's so perhaps we would use an average grade, say 3. Given the importance of this commission, your rotating is required to pick it up in person. So will I. So I will contact him when you are prepared for the ring. the ring ready yet? Remember that it also must be melted with grade 3 binding material. Rorotan will come as soon as I contact him, and not a moment sooner. He doesn't want to risk upsetting Gigi. By the 12! This is fabulous! I'll let Rorotan know at once. It's more beautiful than I could ever imagined. The color, the shape, the luster. This is a ring fit for royalty. I knew I was right to trust in you, Zelda. This ring will surely meet with her Grace's approval. Stop right there, Rorotan. This mama sparse ends now. Huh? What's the meaning of this? You think you're clever, do you? I've seen through your lies, and I know who you really are. The Jade Fox. The Jade Fox? Rorotan, is this true? Have you been deceiving us all this time? I'm afraid so, my dear. But it's over now, and not a moment too soon. This charlatan was plotting to rob the guests of the name day celebration, and maybe even the Sultana herself. That's ridiculous. You don't have to listen to these wild accusations. Zelda, I'm afraid I must ask you to give me that ring. As it is evidence of his crimes, it will be returned to you once his trial is complete. You don't believe him, do you, Zelda? I'm innocent, I tell you. Innocent! We'll just see how long you can maintain this facade once I put you in a cell. Taking you to Captain Jinlin's. Secrets and lies. Secrets and lies. Takes him to Dita and Sorrow. To Pearl Lane. Still can't believe that Rorotan was the Jade Fox. Can you, Gigi? Gigi? Gigi, where are you? Hey, God, Zelda. I think he might have run off on his own. I heard him muttering about Pearl Lane. We should try searching for him there first. You don't say. Secrets and lies. Secrets and lies. We have nothing but secrets and lies. 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 Back away from the Lalafell, you cur. Well, if it isn't the mammoth, you're a awfully long way from home. Gigi, what are you doing here? Why did you run away? Deceiver, trickster, this man is no sultan sworn. What are you saying? What are you saying? Robert is the Jade Fox, Mr. Serendipity. Listen to your assistant. You know it to be true. Robert, tell me it isn't so. Tell me this is all a misunderstanding. Everyone take a deep breath and calm down. There's no reason this needs to end in bloodshed. Says the man holding the fucking gun. My God, it's true. You really are the Jade Fox, aren't you? You've an overdeveloped sense of justice, little one. It's gonna get you into trouble someday. As for you and me, my dear Serendipity, I think we're well past the point of introductions. Believe me when I say I'm just as disappointed as you are. I had hoped we'd become more intimately acquainted before this identity outlived its usefulness. Alas, I could not bear to forsake an opportunity of this magnitude, one that Rorotan here was kind enough to provide. Ah, meddlesome contraption. Oh, you done it now. You son of a... Oh, that's a way to use your head. Ugh. Gigi. Serendipity. I. Gigi, no. You can't fix him, can't you? He saved my life. Do you need money or parts? I'll pay anything. You can even sell the ring I commissioned. It's not a matter of money. I think his core might be irreparably damaged. It was made over 100 years ago with techniques that have long since been forgotten. If it has failed, then he's forever lost to us. I detest that ridiculous hairstyle. You must... Gigi! Oh, no. Zelda, what are you doing with that ring? Wait, what? You can't seriously be suggesting that... Black Pearl Ring God, this is by far the worst piece Greenhorn has ever crafted. Its very existence offends me. I feel violated. So violated. Gigi, come back to us. It's a miracle. I feel so violated. So violated. Back to the goldsmith guild. We shall go. Yes. Back to the guild. Excuse me 1 minute, chat. Looks like I have to reset my avatar. Blah, 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 blah. Ah. Okay, looks like we're back with the avatar. Things have been really, really glitchy this stream. Still can't believe what has happened. First I thought Rorotan was the jade box, and it turns out it was Robert. Gigi must have sensed something strange about him before. I can't help but think back on all those times he ranted about secrets and lies. I assumed he was speaking of Rorotan, but now I realize he meant Robert. Oh, if only I had listened more closely to his words. That man made a fool out of me. What with his dashing good looks, his piercing gaze, his broad shoulders. But we got him, Zelda. He'll never again terrorize the good people of Ul'dah. I'm sure you're worried about Gigi. Allow me to put your fears to rest. In spite of your reckless attempts to repair him, there was no permanent damage. Indeed, when you began fumbling around with his components and attempted to shove that ring inside of him, I was absolutely terrified. Thankfully, through sheer strength of will, Gigi overcame his injuries. And it's all thanks to your ring. In Gigi's eyes, your ring was so poorly wrought that I filled him with overwhelming disgust. And you remind him of his purpose by creating a focus for his grand disdain. And in so doing, you helped him regain his senses. Isn't that wonderful, Zelda? So, essentially, what you're telling me is that, he hates me. Yep, he hates me. But that's not all I wanted to tell you. When I was examining Gigi earlier, I discovered something extraordinary. You see, he's by far the oldest mammoth we have here, having been constructed by one of our former guildmasters over a century ago. In fact, I am the 19th guildmaster he's assisted according to the records. But what our records didn't contain was his original name, which was so fatally inscribed upon his cord that it went unnoticed until now. Gigi is Benjing, Zelda, the first mammoth ever built, and the mammoth is designed on which all others are based. Of course, I have no intention of telling him. The knowledge would make him insufferably arrogant. Anyway, Zelda, please accept my sincerest thanks, and though Gigi will be loath to admit it, I'm sure deep down he's grateful to you as well. Oh, and in the future, please don't attempt to repair a mammoth until you've at least learned the basics of their construction. Nope, nope, and, nope. And that is the goldsmith for a Realm Reborn completed. So that's one gather and one crafter. Alright, the next crafter on the list is also right here in Ul'dah. next one on the block is a leather worker. Well, let's run next door to the leather workers guild, shall we? If I can not run into everything. To the Weavers Guild. Alright. Let's actually change to being goldsmiths. Or weaver, rather. Crafting guns. Weaver. Status is complete. Alright. My first needle. Brindlet Rose. Brindlet Rose would assign you your first task as a weaver. Well, you look like you were born to hold one of those. If it's so, I suggest you keep it somewhere safe, especially when clambering over haystacks, as I shan't be issuing you another. Now, you certainly look the part, but it remains to be seen if you can play it. Did you craft me a spindle of hempen yarn? Trifling task, yes? Well, I do hope you find it so. Should it seem even remotely testing, you have no future at this guild. To make hempen yarn, you will require moko grass and lightning shards. The former can be purchased from our own dear Gigma. The latter you'll have to find for yourself. That is all. Gigma can you find in moko grass, but you must procure the lightning shards. Or have you made your yarn already? Indeed we have. Well, bless my soul, she can't follow basic instructions. It would seem you've grasped the fundamentals. Good girl. Yarn and cloth may be mere materials, but they must be crafted with no less care than a whole garment. For though the finest garments are better than the sum of their parts are invariably the finest. Do remember this, Zelda, as you continue your training. Practice making yarn and other simple items in return once you have attained a basic level of proficiency. Tedious, I grant you, but necessary, and you did tell me you were ready to suffer. Oh, I suffered alright. I suffered so much. You have no idea how much I gathered just to make all this stuff. I do that. Oh, we got an Amber Alert. Before we do that, let's make sure we equip that gold initially. Alright, back to Weaver. What's more into the breeches? Back so soon? Very well, let's resume your... Back so soon? Very well, let's resume your training. Since we last spoke, you will doubtless have spent your time making the basic products of our trade, namely yarn and cloth. Now, I would have you take such basic products and craft whole garments from them. Make 3 pairs of hempen breeches and present them for my inspection. We'll be working with hempen cloth and yarn this time, as well as a little bit of leather. Kikima can furnish you with the materials to help you get started. But eager as I am to see the fruits of your labor, it would be remiss of me not to mention that there are more economical methods of procuring that which you need. For example, the mocha grass from which you have been dutifully making yarn can be freely gathered out in the wilds. That said, one cannot simply rip it out of the ground with one's hand. Besides, is needed as well as working knowledge of botany. Have you perchance made the acquaintance of a botanist or two? We are a botanist. If not, I would heartily recommend that you do. They are attractively earthy, without seeming dirty and useful besides. Having said all that, I will not accept a newfound passion for botany and its practitioners as an excuse for the late delivery of your breeches. So don't keep me waiting. I take it the breeches are ready? Indeed. 1, 2, and 3 of them. Not bad, Zelda. Not bad at all. This style of legwear has ever been particularly fashionable. This style of legwear has never been particularly fashionable, nor has its design changed significantly over the years. Fluctuating lengths aside, but I digress. I wondered if you might try for a variation on the conventional design, but you see you've opted for orthodoxy. A wise decision in this case. Hempen clothing is inexpensive and durable, making it popular amongst farmers, miners, and others who work the land. Such customers value comfort and mobility over all else. They may appreciate more elegant forms, but they will not sacrifice function for them. Each garment has a purpose, Zelda, a purpose that you must always bear in mind. A scalloped hem is about as useful to a miner as nipples on a gladiator's breastplate. Nipples on a gladiator's breastplate. The jokes in this game. Koji Fox! Now then, having completed your task, I believe you have earned this spinning wheel. Use it in combination with your needle and your work will benefit from it. Saying that, it will of course take you a little while to become accustomed to using the tools together. You need not worry though, I fully intend to give you ample opportunity to acquire the knack. In fact, I won't be teaching you anything else until you have. By the time that spinning wheel feels like it belongs in your hand, I dare say I'll have thought of a new task for you. Till then, my girl. Zelda, You'll do. I'll do, huh? I'll do for what? Make me a dozen bolts of undying hempen cloth as fast as you can. Note the palatable sense of urgency. Time is of the essence, my girl. How's life immediately sound for you? We urgently need that cloth, Zelda. Praise Mia for bringing you here when she did. There wasn't time to explain before, but Sunsilk Tapestries has the honor of supplying the immortal flames. Noble patrons, to be sure, but ones whose needs can be rather difficult to predict. On this particular occasion, a detachment of ale-soaked adventurers in a foreign brigade thought the Silver Bazaar an appropriate location for a bout of fisticuffs, resulting in a pressing need for bandages. Ordinarily, we would not accept such a large commission at short notice, but the foreign brigade is a favorite of her grace. We're not due to let the troublemakers suffer, even if they did bring it on themselves. And your lovingly woven fabric will soon be wrapped around the cracked head, gashed knees, and split knuckles of said ruffians. Still, your time hasn't been completely wasted. I dare say you can now weave hempen cloth in your sleep, which is a handy talent to have, given the fabric's many uses. You've made progress. In short, in fact, I do believe you're ready to undertake commissions. You're for the kind of work doled out by Eustace at the Quicksand, of course. It'll be a while before you can yet be entrusted with anything bearing the Sunsilk name. But you should continue to improve at the rate you've been. But should you continue to improve at the rate you've been, that glorious day may not be so very far off. Okay, chat, we're going to have an ad starting here in a bit, but I'm going to go ahead and run a 3-minute ad so we can get a little bit more time, and I need to get up and stretch, so be back in a minute. Yes, I know it's for you need what you're meowing for. Yeah, I know. Come here. Okay. We are back. Got some grub, got a stretch in. Let's get back to it. Practical needs. Good of you to come, Zelda. I happen to have work for you. It's a commission of sorts for one of our regular customers, a gentleman by the name of Wawaruka. To show our appreciation for his continued patronage, I would present him with his choice of bespoke garments. Seek him out at the Onyx Lane and offer your services. Oh, and remember, Zelda, you're representing me, so acquit yourself accordingly. You got it, Guildmaster. Wawaruka, I presume. Hi, I'm Wawaruka. Who's asking? Oh, hell's big Rose don't need to go troubling himself on my account. All them gloves and scars were the guild, not me. I'm something of a quartermaster around here, see? Let's go on through gear faster than a cobbler chewing on a chunk of mithril. But if the big man insists, it'd be rude not to accept. Well, then I reckon I could do with a new cotton scarf. Then a pair of cotton shepherd slops and all. Once I've got are on their last legs, see? Been meaning to get round to replacing them. Suspect you'll be wanting me to come to the guild for a fitting, will you? See you there, then. Make sure our camera's pointing in the right direction, shall we? A cotton scarf and a pair of cotton shepherd slops. That's all. Let's not keep the customer waiting. Alright then, Zelda. Your comments are ready, good sir. Allow me to help you into them. Car. These are nice. Bloody nice. I've never had such fine garments before. You're a weaver and a half, you are, Zelda. Big Rose always did know how to train him. You are too kind, sir. Pardon me for saying so, sir, but I must confess that I'd rather finer raiment in mind when I extended you this invitation. Should you desire such, I would be honored to make them for you myself. Thanks, Big Rose, but no thanks. I can't see myself as really what's-its. Mine's where I belong, not some fancy ball. You need a lady on your arm to go to them things. Ha, that'll be the day. Any road, I'd best get on. But knowing how fast the lads go through gloves, I dare say I'll be back before too long. Thanks again for the duds. You can lead a chocobo to water. Good work, Zelda. Carry on. Materia concerns. The time has come, Zelda. Today you will work on behalf of Sun Silk Tapestries. Your client is heir to a vast fortune, a rare sort of individual in this city. I know. Like many men of means, ever does he seek new Epicurean delights. I can only imagine what he desires this. Thought it best for you to go and meet with the man himself. So I've taken the liberty of scheduling an appointment for you at the Sunset Tapestry shop on the steps of Malt. I'm sure you're aware. That's on the other side of the city, and men like Mama Jiru are not fond of waiting in short hurry. Then that means we'll RP walk. Very fast. They're having fun. They are certainly having fun. No, I cannot spare a kill, you disgusting parasite. Really, if you're kind but half as much, put as much effort into finding a job as sponging up upstanding. Oh. Weaver. Just a reflex. I have to fend off far too many beggars this day. I should warn you about that I have very specific requirements which must need to be fulfilled to the letter. I have but recently discovered that I possess a prodigious talent for the gladiatorial arts, and I am reliably informed that only the most expertly crafted equipment will allow me to realize my full potential. I want a cotton acton, but not just any. I want it to be enhanced with materia. The ordinary kind is fit to be worn only by peasants. Understood? Good. Now then, I believe you have a job to do. Rich, snotty, upstart. Rich, upstarty, nutty. Back so soon? Tell me, what would our esteemed client have you make for me? See, when the materia-enhanced garments become essential for gladiators, I wonder, they have the talents of the exceedingly wealthy differ from those of the rest of us. Yes, that must be the way of it. And you say he didn't even bother to specify what type of material you prefer. Feel free to use any kind. I highly doubt he'll be able to tell the difference. But a question occurs to me. Are you familiar with materia? Yes, I am quite familiar with materia. It's not like the other 3 guild masters in the city that we've talked to already have told me about it. If not, consider paying a visit to the bonfire in central Danland. A goblin scholar resides there who is well versed in the ways of materia. I, meanwhile, am but a simple weaver and wholly unversed in the ways of materia, so you cannot expect so much wisdom from me. Oh, and in case it wasn't obvious, I'm afraid we shan't be able to provide you with all the necessary materials. As soon as you search the markets, you could travel all the way to Vilburn, I suppose, but there's no shortage of dodos there. I leave the matter in your capable hands. You ain't killed much dodos. Pray, do not keep your honored client waiting any longer than necessary, for both our sakes. Sir, your acton is ready, if you would. So, it appears to be satisfactory. Well, it appears to be satisfactory. Only hope it will survive my rigorous training regimen. I shall have one of my many manservants deliver the payment on the morrow. In lieu of your customer's gratitude, allow me to express mine. Thank you, Zelda. I don't doubt that this is an unenjoyable experience for you, but remember, we are under no obligation to respect such clients. We must always be seen to respect their wishes. As I suspect you've begun to realize, appearances are akin to reality in this city. It is for this reason that our work is in such great demand. It is, after all, the weaver's task to make the world see the client as the client wishes to be seen. With that in mind, I must congratulate you on a job well done. When I watched that little turd saunter out of here, I almost mistook him for a gladiator. Oh, Redolent Rose, you're my spirit animal. That velveteen dress. Riddlet Rose has need of your assistance yet again. This is indeed an unfortunate development. Ah, Zelda, thank the Mia you're here. I need your help. The entire guild is presently engaged in dealing with a sudden deluge of orders. Amongst them is the commission for a bespoke dress, all aspects of which I had intended to handle personally. Alas, I have just this moment received yet another request, this time from her Grace, which must naturally take precedence. Since you have some experience engaging with customers, I would send you to speak with the client, Baba Y. In my stead, we have arranged to meet at the Gold Court later this... where is the time gone? We had arranged to meet now. Baba Y will be bringing his daughter Kokomo, for whom the dress is intended. Be sure to speak to her as well. Right out in Kokomo, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Key Largo, Montego. Baby, why don't we go down to Kokomo? We'll get there fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we want to go. Way down in Kokomo. Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. And who might you be? I was under the impression I'd be meeting with the guild master. Oh, and as a little master, I suppose for the famous Riddlet Rose still intends to design my daughter's dress. As for what matter of dress, simply put, I will not have my Kokomo garbed in common cotton. A jeweler's daughter must be refined, resplendent, a ruby amongst the riffraff. From your present should reassure my customers as to the quality of my... I believe I made myself clear. Pray, relay my requirements to you again. If I'm away this night, I'm terribly sorry you had to come all this way. Truth to tell, I really don't want another dress. Father insisted. Father insists. I just want this over and done with, so please, ask my father what he prefers, and I shall defer to his wishes. I think you and your daughter need to have a meeting of the minds. His father just wants a mannequin for his jewelry concern. Ah, you're back. So then, what manner of dress does our client desire? Something resplendent, which isn't made of cotton, you say? I might have known. These commissions rarely stipulate anything beyond ostentatiously expensive. And all for the poor girl who would rather the eyes of the world look the other way. Well, if I'm just silk-would achieve the desired effect, though I doubt she would feel comfortable wearing such an extravagant dress. Velveteen, though. Yes, velveteen might work. A fine weave of cotton yarn and dynamite silk with a short, soft pile. Beautiful yet subdued, like our modest maiden. It will be a painstaking to prepare, but so be it. I shall see to the patterns. The velveteen I leave in your capable hands. Know, though, that Baba will not be satisfied with any ordinary fabric. Only the very best will suffice. In short, I require a bolt of the finest velveteen you can weave. Oh, have you the woven velveteen? Yep, we have the finest velveteen I can weave, as ordered. Been far too long since I last worked with quality velveteen. You've truly outdone yourself, Zelda. Baba Wai's daughter shall have a most magnificent dress. Pity she is no more like to wear it than her father. Nothing would please me more than to be proven wrong. But I'd rather suspect another dress is the last thing that girl needs. Miner on a mission. Reynolds Rose is a job perfectly suited to your talents. Does he now? Ah, there you are, Zelda. I have a job that's absolutely perfect for you. You remember Wawaruka, the Miners Guild quartermaster? Of course you do. Well, you'll be delighted to hear that he has finally come to appreciate the benefits of finer garments. And because he was impressed by the scarf and slop she wore for him, he's personally requested your services. I told him I would send you at the earliest opportunity. Well, what are you waiting for? This is the earliest opportunity. Well, that Waruka dude is a Giga Chad miner, so we'll not keep him waiting. Hey, how's it going, Zelda? Big Rose sent you, did he? Asked for you by name, you know. And he wrote, I won't beat around the bush. I want the best damn pair of velveteen gaiters you can make. I know, what's a bloke with me wanting with fancy shoes like that? Well, the thing is, there's this girl, and, God, don't make me spell it out, lass. Trouble is, she's from a rich family. Proper rich. As in her servants got servants, that kind of rich. Which is why I gotta make a good first impression. And to even have a chance of doing that, I need to get dressed up to the nines. Can't very well introduce myself to a lady like her looking like me. And he wrote, I'm counting on you, lass. Oh, and I ain't letting Big Rose give this to me for free, neither. I got my pride, you know. Wouldn't feel right wearing a pair of swanky gaiters that I ain't paid for. See, and that's why Waruka's a Giga Chad. That's why he deserves that lass, whoever she is. Your client is waiting, Zelda. Do you have his gaiters? Yep. Sir, your gaiters are ready. Nice, they look good, they feel good. Else it made me feel like I look good. And I bloody do and all. Sir? What is that? What are you wearing? Ha! Like me trousers, do you? My pa, God's rest his soul, wore 'em when he was first courting me ma. Never fell these, don't. Corey, look at me. I feel alive. feel ready. There's no stopping me now. But sir, I say sir. Confound it all. What a giga chad. Well done, Zelda. You may take solace in knowing that you did what you could. But perhaps I worry unduly. The girl may be well stirred by his earnest efforts. And even if she's not, she may yet overlook his bizarre appearance, gaze deep into his eyes, and see the warm-hearted man within. Or she might see him and run screaming for the nearest brass blade. Designed by committee. Greetings, Zelda. If you've got time to spare, there's a task I would like to assign you. Ruka has requested your services once more. See this precious attempt to woo Kokomo. Met with disastrous results as predicted. It would be best if he told you the rest. Now run on. You know where to find him. Yeah, he had gators with that ridiculous getup. Right out in Kokomo, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama, Key Largo, Montego. Baby, why don't we go down to Kokomo? Hey there, Zelda. So what Big Rose tell you? Did Brass Blade chasing me all over town? Well, it wasn't that bad, but Kokomo's bog did run me off. Called me a disgusting pervert and whatnot. But I ain't giving up on her that easily. No, sir, she's something else, my darling Kokomo. One day I was making a delivery to Baba Boy's shop, and these two boys walk in and start harassing the customers and staff. So I confront the young'uns, and it gets a little heated. Long story short, I have to make a leave. I'm a little roughed up at this point, as you might expect. Then there comes Kokomo, all grace and splendor, thanking me for what I've done. And when our eyes met, I suddenly realized I can't hear a word she's saying, because my heart's pounding harder and fiercer than the hammers. Till then, she was just a nice young girl helping her father. But then, she had to go and look at me like that. I wanted to say something, but my words left me that day. What can I do, Zelda? I just need to do it properly, like a gentleman. After taking with me the mates in the bar, I'm thinking a more conservative approach is in order. If I wore, say, a quality linen shirt, it would show that I'm a responsible, respectable man. I'll make sure the guilt would fit as usual, alright? This guy is trying so hard. This man is trying so hard. Have you made your client's shirt yet? Seems quite eager to try it on. Well, I think we can all agree this is far more appropriate than a leather harness. God, this is perfect. Never knew fancy clothes could be so comfortable. Sir, could you please explain how you chose those other garments? Well, the hat belongs to a goldsmith, I know. Since it makes me look smarter and whatnot. The silver guard is courtesy of another miner. He reckons that us men that work the mines ought to flaunt our chiseled bodies. I guess then that trousers are overrated. The gauntlets and boots are the best-selling wares at the armorer's friend shop. Bit gaudy if you ask me, but if everyone thinks I'm fashionable, who am I to tell them different? Impressive, ain't it? You don't have to tell me. I can see you think the same. Oh my god. Oh my god. This guy. He doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. God's a bit such a fool. Should ask me mates for advice from the start. No. No, you shouldn't. Sir, I say, sir. Oh, how can he be so blind? It's absolutely, totally, in all other ways, inconceivable. He's hopeless. Utterly hopeless. Oh, no. Beg your pardon? I don't know what came over me. If you'll excuse me. Subtle inquiry. Rennelet Rose has a commission for you, as well as a private request. Ah, Zelda, good of you to come. You've an opportunity to help that fool of a miner Wawaruka, but it will require some discretion. The guild has received another commission from Kokomo, that is to say, from her father, most likely. Now, while I obviously expect you to craft her high-quality garments that meet our exceptionally high standards, there's one more thing I would have you do. When you meet Kokomo at the Gold Court, I would have you subtly direct the conversation to the topic of Wawaruka, trying to discern what she thinks of the man. Okay. Let's go talk to, let's talk to a Beach Boys the Beach Boys girl in the name. Ah, it's just Kokomo. Hello, my dear. Hello, I believe we met once before. Zelda, was it? Thank you for coming. Sure, you must be terribly busy with your mini commissions. Excuse me, did you say Wawaruka? He's one of your clients. What a coincidence! He was in the shop the other day. You should have seen Father's face when he chased him away. Thankfully, he didn't recognize him. Whatever possessed him to wear such a ridiculous outfit. You know, he's got friends who have questionable advice and fashion. It's a shame. Really, it feels like he hasn't visited forever. I would have liked to have spoken with him. And yes, the commission. You would need a pair of quality woolen tights. I should meet you at the guild for the fitting, correct? Till then, we meet again. Then, until we meet again, Zelda. She's in love, chat. She wants Wawaruka to come see her, but not dressed in the ridiculous outfits he's been wearing. Have you the tights, Zelda? I indeed have the tights. Miss, if you would come with me. They're so soft and warm. I don't think I've ever worn such comfortable tights. This is just what needed for all those evening parties Zelda makes me attend. The college was becoming unbearable. I would wear these tights underneath my gowns, and Father would never be the wiser. I realize he expects a great deal of you, but I would not simply refuse to attend. Or could you not simply refuse to attend? Surely you do not wish to... I realize he expects a great deal of you, but could you simply not refuse to attend? Surely you do not wish to devote your entire life to his business. Appreciate your concern, Master Rose, but it's not possible. He's my father. In that case, why not view it as an opportunity? Perhaps some enchanted evening you'll meet a charming young man. Master Rose, don't be absurd. Wawaruka would never attend one of those dreadful parties. Ah, forgive me. I had no idea you had already met the acquaintance of one such gentleman. Thank you for your leggings, Zelda. I believe I must be going now. As if Father would ever accept him. Well, at least we know that Waruka's efforts were not in vain. Now, if we could only convince the buffoon to wear something relatively normal next time. If only. And that is level 54. The intervention. Ha 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 ha! It was all so simple. I conceived of a plan to help poor Wawaruka. He came to me again with another ridiculous commission, and I was completely at a loss at how to proceed. But then I struck a genius. We simply change his order and dress him as we see fit. We ignore his terrible taste in clothing and give him a stylish outfit. But why? We'll have no cause to chase him away. He will finally have his chance to speak with Kokomo. And I have just the outfit in mind for this occasion. A beret, gown, and gaskets, all made of the finest wool. I'd say he'll be a man reborn when we've finished. Of course, it's necessary that we gain his approval before changing his commission like this, but I'm confident there was the wisdom in my proposal. Now let's go tell Waruka the change in plan. Zelda, what are you doing here? I told Big Rose what I wanted this time. Well, it was to change my order. I suppose it's alright. I know I'm a fool when it comes to fashion and all that. It seems I only make things worse when I try harder to. A woolen beret, gown, and gaskins, was it? Yeah, that sounds nice. I'll meet you there, Zelda. must confess, I'm rather eager to see how this particular commission turns out. While Aruka's garb's pretty yet. Here's a woolen gown, gaskins, and beret. Excellent. I have no doubt this will suit him well. I think we've outdone ourselves, Zelda. Just look at him standing there, a vision of grace and refinement. No, I ain't. Something wrong, sir. I believe they fit you perfectly. If you desire adjustments. No, the clothes are great, Big Rose. No, it's just... I'm sorry. This was a mistake. Whatever you say, you look marvelous. Kokomo would be thrilled to receive such a dashing young caller. It's too late. On my way here, I saw her walking with this wealthy-looking fella. Just the two of them. Watching them together in their fancy clothes didn't look right, Big Rose. Like they were made for each other. I ain't one of them, don't you see? You can dress me in your finest silks, but I still got more dirt on my nails than that girl has under in her whole bleeding manse. I was a fool to think she could care for someone like me. I'll never be part of her world. Oh, poor Wawaruka. Leave him be, Zelda. If he's determined to give up, then there's naught we can do for him. He would be far better deserved by letting Kokomo decide for herself. Wawaruka must first find the courage to carry on. Only then will he stand a chance. Come back in 5 levels. You come in search of work, Zelda. I'm afraid I'm nothing for you. However, there's something I would like to discuss with you. It concerns Kokomo and the young man currently courting her. You see, it's none other than... Zelda! Big Rose! Please, you gotta help me! Clothes! I need new clothes! Please, sir, you must get a hold of yourself. Tell us what has driven you into this frenzy. He's gonna propose to Kokomo. Mama Charu. He's gonna propose. I know it ain't my place and might be getting in the way, but damn it, I've got to tell her how I feel before it's too late. But if I meet her wearing my usual touch, she'll reject me without a second thought. I need a fighting chance. I need you two to do what you do best and make me the finest clothes you can. One would have to possess a heart of stone to refuse such an impassioned plea like that. Wouldn't you agree, Zelda? We are to send him against Mamajaru. We must furnish him with such garments as first fit his passion. Prepare a pair of patrician's bottoms, a patrician's wedge cap, and a patrician's coatee. I will see to his gloves and shoes. Each piece must be flawless, without exception. Together we shall fashion a suit of armor for our young warrior. Thank you both so much. I know I won't fail with the two of you on my side. Strong nods. Go ahead and run the ad now. So we only we've got 30 seconds. And we are back. I trust you understand what's at stake, Zelda. From a pair of Patricia's bottoms, Patricia's wedge cap, and a Patricia's goatee. The finest quality. Your garments are ready, good sir. Allow me to assist you. Gods almighty, is this really me? If I may be so bold, I think it's quite possibly our finest work yet. I feel like I'm someone else, like a prince at a fancy ball, or... Ha, sir, I'm no princess. I'm pleased to say that you are nothing like they. Big Rose, I don't know what to say. Thank you. I'm finally ready to see Kokomo. Ah, yes, about that. I would advise you to make haste. I suspect Mama Jaru will make his intentions known ere long. What? Are you sure? I cannot say for certain, but Little Bird tells me that Mama Jaru and Kokomo are at present in the Gold Court. An ideal occasion for a romantic proposal, wouldn't you agree? I gotta hurry. There's still time. Thanks, Big Rose. Zelda, be a dear and follow him. We would very much like to know how this all plays out. Now let's go see if he gets the girl. And then the idiot had to call to say I knew nothing of business. Which I replied, of course I don't. Why bother when you know the men who own them? I think Kokomo is a little less than impressed with this guy. Just saying. When I speak to you, I expect your full attention. I'll teach you how to behave, woman. No, don't! Ooh, this guy was about to hit her, chat. How dare you hear it raise your hand against a lady? Kokomo, are you alright? Do I know you, sir? It's me, Kokomo. Wawaruka. I made a few deliveries to your father's shop not recently. I suppose, but... Wawaruka? Why are you here? Why are you dressed like that? For you, Kokomo, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I don't know who you are, but you will turn around and face me right this... You made a powerful enemy today, my friend. I've never seen anyone sing a kid Mama Jari like that before. Suppose they lack the proper motivation. I was hoping you would come visit again. And you kept wearing such strange outfits. Promise me you won't do that again. As you wish. And we quietly walk away and let them have their moment. Ah, Zelda, tell me everything. Ha! I would have liked to have seen that. How did I learn of Mama Jaru's plans, you ask? From the man himself, of course. He is not the sort to keep his grand designs private. Do not misunderstand. I am not some rank sentimentalist. I have acted only in my capacity as a weaver, to help a client, just as you have. As for a young couple, well, to be frank, calling them a couple is a tad premature. Baba Y will doubtless have objections given Waruka's modest origins. Nevertheless, I think our young gentleman has finally found the courage to stand up for himself. You should be proud. This could be the beginning of a beautiful relationship, one which would owe much to your skill. Well done, Mistress Hime. Well done indeed. And I do believe all of this stuff is way below our yes. We are very much better than this. And we are done with Weaver. Weaver is complete. Alright, our last full done one is Alchemist. And we are level 55. Level 55. Update on a goth. Alright, now. Alright. To the Alchemist Guild. First, we need to look the part. My first Olympic. Let's talk to the crazy scientist, dude. Ah, I see we managed to take hold of the Olympic without injuring yourself. An auspicious beginning. Let us see if we can continue this trend of unexpected success. For your first lesson, I want you to use your weathered Olympic here. There, make me a bottle of distilled water. Distilled water is simply the end result of puring a murkier sample of life's most vital element. As such, it provides the perfect introduction to one of alchemy's most fundamental processes, taking a material and refining it into a purer form. To perform this rudimentary exercise, you shall require a pail of muddy water and a water jar. And pure water can be purchased from the supplier standing near the entrance to the guild. The name momentarily escapes me. Esmond? Yes, that was it. If it happens that you find this basic task beyond your abilities, then mayhap alchemy is not the discipline for you. Which would be quite upsetting, as I detest the thought of having to select a new assistant. And that disappoint me. Your task is to provide me with one bottle of distilled water. Come, we must. Come, we are wasting time. Purchase a pail of muddy water from Esmond, if you must. And we will trade. Magnificent. Your transformation into an alchemist has begun. Do you understand the liquid treasure you have made? Yes, it is still simply water, but now possessed of almost limitless potential. In a properly distilled state, water provides the basic ingredient for all manner of wondrous concoctions. On the other hand, a potion created with impure water is unlikely to have the desired effect. It very well poison the imbiber. Well, look well upon the substance you have refined to see how crystal clear it has become. Not the most flavorful of libations, but still refreshing to pour over one's head in a stifling summer afternoon. Tell me, how did you feel in the instant of its purification? Such a fine result must have sent thrills of excited satisfaction down your spine. Yes, I know well that sensation. To glean a pristine drop from filthy swill, it is a miracle born of mortal artifice. Nothing can compare to that rush of triumph in the moment when physical laws bend to one's will. Nothing. The greater your mastery of alchemy, the more ecstatic that feeling becomes. You can fill your chambers with bottles of distilled waters and revel in each success. I return now to my experiments. When next you serve me, I shall expect your skills to be worthy of a guildmaster's chosen assistant. Well, we filled our chambers with distilled water. What is it now? Guild for the poor? Another cursed love filter. You're that wench that insists on dusting my bench, aren't you? No? Then who? Oh, my new assistant. No. Do not bother me with more names. My mind shall not be cluttered with trivial details related to alchemical processes. Yes. I am a diabolical master of the arts. I trust you have busied yourself with the mastery of your discipline. I have scant moments to spare on lessons, but I suppose I must invest a modicum of time in your training, if you are to be of any use to me. Let's move on to the second fundamental principle of alchemy. Your understanding of this principle will be best facilitated by creating 3 bottles of antidote. For this task, you must needs acquire a stipulated number of grass vipers, as well as a chunk of rock salt. I believe the guild often has poisonous snake in stock, so you need only purchase from them. Supplier less? Ah yes, Esmond. As for the rock salt, I believe she can supply that too, and for a reasonable price. I'd rather suggest seeing her for all your simple ingredient needs, unless you fancy the idea of scrambling in the sand to find them yourself. In any case, I'm not terribly concerned with how you procure the materials. What is most important is that you experience this fundamental principle firsthand. You concocted 3 stout bottles of antidote. Return to me with the best of new knowledge stamped upon your features. Have you completed the 3 bottles of antidote as I asked? God help you if you had better rub me for anything less. Dude, chill out. Haha! Excellent result, my precarious protege. I see you've obtained the optimum viscosity without clouding the crimson hue. It will be most interesting to see how well these mixtures are formed on live test subjects. Well, of course they would be poisoned. How else would I gauge the efficacy of your work? But never mind that. When you have learned of the second principle, you've produced a helpful compound by combining otherwise mundane or harmful or lethally harmful substances. Has this not expanded your awareness of what is attainable with this profession? Just as it is possible for medicine to act as a poison in sufficient amounts, so it is possible for poison to be utilized as a cure. Your successful creation of these antidotes is evidence of this very fact. Those without a knowledge of alchemy would spare not a second glance for the venomous grass viper. But mix its venom with the appropriate amount of rock salt, and people will flock to your door to purchase your miraculous remedy. Study, experiment, and reveal worth in the most unexpected of places. The desire for sustenance and rest will become as minor annoyances once you've learned the joy of such discoveries. It is time you added this amateur's mortar to your repertoire of alchemical devices. The mortar is often referred to as a secondary tool, but used in conjunction with a primary tool such as the alembic, you will soon come to appreciate its value in your work. I foresee much practical use for your growing skills, my eager apprentice. Now run along and find a use for your new toy. I have further research to conduct. Yes. All of your beeswax. Ah, I remember your face this time, my most helpful assistant. But it's most fortuitous that I do. For the irksome effort I've expended in grooming your budding skills is about to be rewarded. My mewling subordinates have requested that I put aside my personal research for but a moment or two and shoulder a portion of the guild's workload, even going so far as to force upon me some other alchemist's petty task. What fools to think I am the sort of guild master that contributes in such a mundane capacity. If they had wanted an accommodating drudge to head the guild, then they should not have elected me to the post. Gods know there were others about the frontistry who would have been better suited to the leadership position. There's times such as these that I curse my blood ties to the syndicate. I would personally be content to eschew such tedious duties in favor of my own work. Which of course brings us to this moment. It is with great relief that I entrust this matter of beeswax to you. 12 lumps of beeswax to be precise. Aha, yes, I knew you would prove your work before long. Now, to work. I got your beeswax, sir. Wahaha, such bliss at my research. I might progress unhindered by bothersome requests. Speaking of which, have you created the beeswax as I asked? There you go. These will never be used for the Sultana's bedchamber candies. handles, but the quality is passable, I suppose. This is indeed a wonderful arrangement. Perhaps I should pass on to you the mantle of Guildmaster in its vexatious entirety. Now, the beeswax you brought me is, as you must surely realize, the purified forms and the substance of honeybees used to build their hives. Candles are the most obvious use for this refined material, but beeswax may be also used to enhance leather goods or mixed with dye to create painting supplies. It is not the most difficult material to create, though keeping the quality consistent for such a large batch speaks well to your attention to detail. I had thought to be content with not more than a convenient lackey at hand, but mayhap with further training. You must somehow supplement your studies, and I'm loath to be parted from my workbench. Thankfully, I'm aware of the perfect solution to this quandary. Tradecraft leaves. For the 4th time. Actually, this is the 3rd time we've been talking about tradecraft leaves. The other time was the Miners Guild, and they were talking about fieldcraft leaves. A selection of alchemical odd jobs should be available to you. At the Adventurers Guild, simply speak with the fellow at the desk. Eustace, I think it was. In any case, you should be provided with an ample opportunity to practice discipline, and even receive payment while doing so. Remember, your improvement is my utmost concern. I see. Two bottles. What? Oh, it's you. Have you not yet learned to concoct potions in your sleep? The results are not always what one dreamed they would be. Now, am I to deduce from your unrequested presence that you deem your skills sufficiently sharpened and seek further instruction? Do you simply derive some perverted sense of enjoyment from my irritable reaction? Not gonna lie, chat. I do love sneaking up on the mad scientist. Whatever the case may be, alchemy is certainly a discipline for the curious, and the curious of nature. Allow me then to assign you another of my another task. This time I require you to create 1 potion of intelligence and 1 potion of dexterity. I'm aware I'm at a critical juncture in my research, so I shall dispense with any lengthy explanations. Surely you need not have me list every eye of newt and fang of bat you need at this point in your education. Of the potions concocted and bottled, I shall feel no questions or queries until this is done. Considering the lack of guidance on my part, you've done tolerably well. And you have discovered the main catalyst of a potion of intelligence is the primal essence of life such as found in the blood of beastkin, corals, wolves, and the like. The effect is diminished should the blood be allowed to clot, but you seem to have avoided that novice mistake. Potions of dexterity, on the other hand, make use of finely ground bat fangs. Practice of using the powdered form of fang, horn, or tusk in the creation of alchemical mixtures is an Eastern technique that I'm glad to see you have willingly adopted. Yes, 'cause I am from the East. Either of these concoctions beyond the skill of most neophyte alchemists. It comes as something of a surprise that my sporadic bouts of instruction are proving so effective. In fact, a celebration of your achievement. It is only fitting that you deliver these triumphs to the guild customer in person. I shall regretfully remain behind and constant in my work. Your delivery will take you to the Colosseum, where you should seek a lady by the name of what's her name? Ah, yes, Ardra. and pray return to me once your task is complete. The gladiator guild. Miss. Oh, you're from the Alchemist Guild. I thought my order would never arrive. Do you have the potion? You do have the potions, don't you? One bottle of intelligence, one of dexterity. Are these the ones I asked for? I don't know. I just thought the vials would be more ornate. Well, I must do something to pretty them up before I present them to Franz the Fair. I suppose I should be glad it was you in charge of my request and not the guildmaster. I mean, one hears stories about the head of the Alchemist Guild. To be honest, I was half expecting the potions to hold some foul liquid, if they held anything at all. They say Severin has powerful connections in more guild than you can count. All he does is waste away at his workbench performing experiments. What kind of research could possibly be so important that he would spend every moment chained to his alchemical devices? But listen to me gossiping away when I have gifts to prepare. I do hope my beloved Franz will be impressed. And down there is the gladiator ring. Nice, we can... Too bad we can't jump down there, or actually go there at all, except in cutscenes. Shame that. Back to the Alchemist Guild. Oh, my loyal sister. Task's son. I'm sure I made not the slightest mention of any task. Now that you mention, I do recall dropping some niggling irritation in your cable lanes. And what then has transpired? I see, more concerned with the vessel than the contents, was she? Don't expect much more of those who are not intimately acquainted with alchemy's true beauty. Of course, I'm finding that I can no longer count you among that rabble. Should you continue down this path of mastery, the day might come when you too might join me in the quest for alchemy's ultimate. Yes, oh yes, I almost forgot the matter of payment. Now we both best be turning to our work. Dude, get some rest, seriously. my able assistant, I recognize that look of intense horror. You wade waist deep in the mire of alchemy. Well, it is with you that display it. Well, it is that you display such desire. For I stand ready with a task that will further test and expand your proficiency. I have a request from an arcanist by the name of, I have a request from a certain arcanist. He requires an alchemist to construct for him an engraved hard leather grimoire. But as is so often the case, the matter is not as simple as it first appears. Yew logs, one of the materials used in the creation of the tome, will not be found in any local Uldan stall. Thus, it falls to you. Take up botany and gather the material yourself, or almost as bothersome, scour the market boards of the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. And as if this endeavor were not already sufficiently laborious, the client also requests that the tome be enhanced with materia. So I explain materia to you? Very well. Materia is the crystallized essence of a well-used piece of gear, the physical manifestation of an item's history with its wielder, if you will. It is not well understood exactly how these crystals work, but they have the effect of improving the properties of the objects to which they are attached. Do not expect me to provide a lecture on the intricacies of crafting materia. There's a goblin at the bonfire in Scotland who is more than willing to babble on about such things. Mixamutes? Mutamutes? Yes, that was his name, Mutamutes. As for the type of materia, the Arcanist was specific in his wish and his lack of specificity. You're free to experiment with whichever kind you wish. Glorious. Yes, glorious. Bring the materia enhanced tome to me at once it's complete. Meanwhile, I shall be sifting through my memory for the name of our expected client. I have every confidence in your aptitude for these time-consuming errands. Do you recall your task? Yes. I shall be needing that leather-bound tome with materia attached. Allow me to strike this undesirable duty from my list of distractions. Not a moment too soon. You may see for yourself the Arcanist's reaction to your undoubtedly fine work. I sent word that you should visit the guild forthwith, thus avoiding the tiresome business of delivery. Great Thaliac! This masterful creation is to be my grimoire? And look, it's bound with materia just as I asked. Would you expect aught less from the assistant to the guildmaster himself? Now, Arcanist, before you depart, perhaps you might favor the creator of your new tome with an explanation of its nature. The nature of my grimoire? Well, yes, of course. For an Arcanist to weave his spells, he must conjure in his mind the image of his distinct mystical diagrams known as arcane geometries. These geometries are inscribed upon the pages of a grimoire, such as the one you constructed at my request. The most important aspect of any grimoire is the quality of the ink used to illustrate its pages. Geometries drawn with ink that is especially conducted to the flow of ether will allow the Arcanist to more effectively channel his magical strength. Thus, when one is in need of a new grimoire, one must turn to an expert in the making of this liquid gold, an alchemist. And Thaliac be praised, I was blessed with the attentions of a true artist. Should I ever wish to add or enhance my tome, I know exactly to whom I will turn. Thank you, Master Alchemist. You're welcome, sir. Master Alchemist now, is it? I suppose you must appear to be uninitiated. Without the perspective though it may be, it is cause for exaltation. You should cast aside modesty and bask in the glow of your accomplishment. But do not let your ambition wither in the shadow of satisfaction, unless of course you wish to remain an assistant forever. almost done with Uldar, chat. We got 3 more, or 6 more rather. 6 more of these alchemist quests, and then we can move on to one of the other city-states. Fortunately, they have fewer ones to do. So we've got carpenter and leatherworker and botanist in Gridania, and we've got armor, culinarian, blacksmith, and a fisher. So we'll probably do Limsa next, because that has the most to do, and then we'll finish up in Grenada. I think that'll work. But we continue. Ah! You disturbed me at a most delicate stage in my experiments. Your timing is... That is to say, my dear assistant, your timing could not be more fortuitous. For you see, once again, my incorrigible colleagues have foisted upon me a most unstimulating assignment. You can imagine my consternation at all this continued effrontistry. But when I consider with the ease with which you performed your prior task and my desire to find a greater challenge to test your alchemical aptitude, the solution to this onerous situation becomes glaringly obvious. Thus do I turn over to this misappropriated duty to a more fitting recipient. The task this day is to manufacture a pinch of the highest quality natural. You do understand that this order cannot be filled with any average sample, yes? But I feel I must warn you. The quest for greater quality may ensnare you with an entirely new level of obsession. Kind of like you, dude. I sense you're pretty obsessed. Yep, I follow. How fare you in your quest for quality natural? I understand only too well the lure of attaining perfection. But for an alchemist, the timing of results must also be a consideration. Let us inspect the fruits of your labor. Yes, the substance is indeed natural. What a pinch of powdery magnificence it is. With this level of quality, it will perform wonders in any field of application. I would not be surprised to see our client return time and again for more and more. You shall be doomed to create nothing but your wondrous powder for the rest of your living years. Ha ha! Lest you think that a jest, would have you realize the sheer range of practical use for this material. It is found in the manufacture of glass, the treatment of wool, and even the mixing bowls of the culinarians. While alchemy is required to produce natron, the substance is of far greater value to many other disciplines. In this way, the benefits of alchemical discovery find their way into every facet of civilized life. The era in which we alchemists were branded as crazed heretics is now all but forgotten page on the history books. Not that I am overly concerned with such opinions. The current attitude of acceptance merely allows me to continue my research with a relative freedom, you understand. The manner in which my work might eventually be put to use is of little interest to me compared to the results themselves. I do not seek to contribute to the well-being of society, nor amass a glittering fortune overnight. No, my entire being is focused upon one thing, and one thing only. Soon I will have one task for you to perform. Once done, I shall permit you to assist me during my ascent to the absolute pinnacle of alchemy. The absolute pinnacle of alchemy. Color me. baleful breeze. Oh, we're getting the kegger, chat. We are getting the kegger on. Let's start this party. Ah, I see you further immerse yourself in the bog of alchemical pursuits. The time is right to once more gauge the degree of mastery you have thus far attained. And as if by divine providence, the task suited to just such a purpose has but recently landed on my workbench. The client requests the creation of 3 high-quality flasks of weak blinding potion. A sublime toxin indeed. Do not flinch from the mention of poison. If one needs to learn the art of preserving life, one must also become intimate with death and destruction. Yes, with but a single spoonful of a chosen concoction, alchemy can restore health or cause grievous harm. Mwahaha! This is the perfect initiation into the deepest secrets of artistry. Do not tarry a moment longer. To work! I need to grab some more blinding potion out of my bag. Or rather, I need to grab it out of my container. So here's a trick. I'll show you, chat. This will help speed things up. So, if you're on PC, you will go ahead and, or whatever is the proper way to do this on a console. You hover over the item you're wishing to search for. Right click on it and you click search for item, and it'll bring up this item search list, and you will see where that particular item is. So we see that we have 1 in our inventory, and we have 2 on our retainer Showtime Hub, and we see that it is on block 2. So, the blocks, of course, this is block 1, block 2, block 3, and block 4. So, we know that we have it on Showtime. So, we open this up. And let's get our weak blinding potions. We need 3. Probably need all 3 of our high eaters. And that's a mob. I really, one of the things you learn really quick in crafting and gathering is that, it takes a lot of bad space. So let's reach 2 more of those. Oh, no, not those. The high quality ones. So, there it goes. High potions of strength. Won't be. Chill the mind one. Oh no, we won't do another potion. Let's see. So we want the next one. We want mega potions of mine, and that is no. Yep, I'm definitely gonna have to do some inventory management. I'm going to have to sell a bunch of stuff. I'm going to have to sell a bunch of crap. Let's see. There's our high potions of strength. High potions of intelligence. Nope. This one is in block 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mega potions of intelligence. To return. There, we should have everything we need. Alright, back to the guild. So the wiki apparently only told us how many to craft, not the amount that is required for the craft. So we only put 1 in our inventory when we should have had all 3 items that we would have had in our inventory. Remember that for the cooking. Take care that the blinding potions you concoct are especially efficacious on a creation of such exquisitely dangerous substances as the reward in itself. Gently now, gently. Yes, one would almost grasp the strength of each dark and its swelling baleful breeze. Though it may appear lethal, this concoction is not designed to steal life or insight. A pleasant mix of bat remnants and quicksilver. My eyes begin to water at just the thought of the ingredients. Such potions as you have created hold the potential for all manner of dastardly deeds. Bear the flask with pride as you deliver them to the hands of the Makote lass who awaits you in Pearl Lane. And no, I have not forgotten her name. She apparently did not give one when she left the order. I know only that the lass is affiliated with one of Ul'dah's resident bandit gangs. There it is, chat. Number 4. Number 4, mentioning the Alacran and Ul'dah. Swiftly now, let us not test their patience. Leia. You're the head potion brewer's lackey, eh? Let's have the goods then. I see Sever doing nothing to put a stop to this. We should know full well the consequences of handing over such a dangerous substance to a criminal organization. Confused, Leia, the Sultan's one, and infiltrated the notorious robber king, the Velvet Hands. Oh, it's not the Alacran, it's Velvet Hands, so it's actually not a reference to the... So this is a different one. I stand corrected. After learning of their plans to attempt a bloodless heist at the palace, Lieutenant can only assume it's meant to emulate Mistbeard's legendary act of larceny. These blinding potions are going to be a key element in their scheme. Wondering how your guildmaster would handle a request from such an unsavory elements, I insinuated myself into a position to receive the delivery. His lack of restraint is disappointing, but not entirely unexpected. He is not the man he once was. Certainly Severin has always had a passion for his work. But ever since the tragic events of the calamity, it has become an all-consuming obsession. The superior may as well have appended one of these blasts over his own head for the little he sees of the world that floats unnoticed around him. Would you take a message back to the guild for me? I want you to tell Severin to cease this insane quest of his. At first I thought the distraction of his research might prove beneficial, but he has lost all sense of self-control. No, my sister would never countenance this destructive behavior. Sister? Sister. Interesting. Very interesting. No, my sister would never countenance this destructive behavior. I will have Wanasha return to me. The plot thickens. So. You are absent too long. Too long. The delivery was well received, yes? She demanded I return with nausea. I see you met the cold-hearted and conniving Wablea. I have not the slightest intention of giving up on Wanasha now. I must remain focused on the successful culmination of my greatest experiment so that I might tell her. Bah, that these matters have no place in our discussion. Once again, you have spared me the bothersome interruption. Proving your alchemical expertise, and you do it in so doing. From this day forth, I shall think of you no longer as my lackey, but as an assistant in truth. Soon we shall achieve the ultimate expression of alchemy. Make you return to your studies and prepare for that glorious moment. Level 52. Eagerly have I waited to return, my able assistant. Does your chest not ache with the intake of every excited breath? Do you not tremble in joyous expectation as your hand reaches forth, seeking to nudge open the door into the realm of alchemy's most sought-after secrets? You do? Well, try to ignore that feeling for now. Before we can fully commit ourselves to our research, there are a few irksome details that must first be addressed. As ever, I speak of those unending orders to the guild. For this potion, concoct that elixir. Surely you grow as weary as I of his constant demand on our precious time. You must be allowed to concentrate. I have an idea to end these nibbling distractions, and it involves you. March over to Dietrich's desk and petition for a complete cessation of these interruptions. I'd handle it myself, but I fear the man has become unheedful of my words. Okay, I'm gonna tell him to butter off. Master Servant demands to be spared from any further official guild duties. A simple receptionist, how can I possibly deflect the expectations of her senior members? His obsessive research is wearing thin the patience of both colleagues and clients alike. I fear if we do not restore at least a modicum of goodwill, his attempts to redirect tasks will be met with the staunchest of opposition. I doubt our guildmaster realizes the precarious state he finds himself in. It is only his substantial skill in alchemy that convinces others to tolerate his growing eccentricity. He said many would gladly trade that skill if it would return him to his former, somewhat less manic self. Nay, 'twas not always like this, but ever since the calamity robbed him of his one true love. Oh no. I've witnessed him transform into this feverish madman. desperately racing through experiment after experiment, and delve into areas best left unexplored. We should return to the topic at hand. Of the various orders the guild needs met, one of highest priority is a request for a vial of high ether, commissioned by one of our more valued patrons. I would suggest you lend your focus to this particular assignment and create an uncommonly potent sample for delivery. Perhaps then it would be enough to both satisfy the patron and allow enough forbearance to free the guildmaster of other tasks. I hesitate to encourage this kind of behavior, of course, but I realize that Master Severin's work means what Master Severin's work means to him, and I would be grateful if you could keep an eye on him. I fear for his well-being, and you're the closest thing he has to a friend. Well, you browbeat that Dietrich fellow into submission. A conditional surrender. I suppose a single vial of high ether is a small price to pay. Well, let not it be said that my assistant fails to deliver. You will need to employ advanced and somewhat involved alchemical techniques to produce the elevated quality of high ether required. Best you begin at once. How does your work progress? Have you succeeded in concocting that remarkably efficacious high ether? I have indeed. Yes, rejoice, my impressively adept assistant, for you have forged the key to our freedom. Who could not be moved by such a masterful example of manner restoring splendor? Perhaps your post-assistant career lies in the manufacture of this wonderful substance. You would suspect I need to purchase. Coffers, they might overflow with coin. Even among alchemy's more incredible inventions, the manufacture of ether sounds out as a particularly profitable venture. Speaking of ethers, there's a merchant out in Lenosha that will take ethers and give us minions. We shall speak to him anon. Yes, we will. It's an innovation that changed the face of battle. Witches are no longer limited by the natural reserves of etheric energy. With swallows of alchemical brilliance, and a sorcerer could fuel another barrage of spells. I cannot, of course, sustain their powers indefinitely, as we have already discussed. Any potion taken in excess becomes the equivalent of poison. Oh dear, was I lecturing again? It is difficult to contain my passion for alchemy. The goal of my labor is looming so close on the horizon. You have accomplished a minor miracle today, my dear assistant. With all obstructions to our research thus adroitly removed, let us move on to the final stage of experiments. Yes. Final stage of experiments indeed. Might made right. Where have you been, my tardy assistant? I would have to begin applauding myself. Did you bring the wine to toast this momentous occasion? No? Well, no matter. Let us not waste time with such extraneous celebrations. The ecstatic rush of triumph within my breast has me sufficiently intoxicated, for I have, at long last, unlocked the secrets of the ultimate expression of alchemy. After countless hours of research and experiments through numerous dimensions, I finally hold in my hand the exact recipe required to effect my heart's desire. Come, my astute apprentice. Together we shall swing wide the gates of alchemical history You will aid me by concocting a share of the necessary ingredients. Your task entails the creation of 3 high potions of strength, and as you have most likely deduced, they should be brews of extraordinary potency. While you're mixing those vials of vigor, I will be occupied with my own preparations. There's much work to be done for the both of us. Unfortunately, we've done this. Well, do you have those high potions of strength for me? Remember, only the most splendid samples are suitable for a process this demanding and delicate. I shall have to improve the quality of the materials I prepared if they are to be successfully combined with yours. Merely holding on to the vials, I can feel tendrils of might sweeping into my very frame. You've done well to preserve the power inherent in the limbs of a bog host. Why, these concoctions would imbue even the scrawniest of men with the strength to rival Ralger himself. While the ingredients match this level of quality, our success in this endeavor is assured. Did I perhaps fail to mention exactly what the most ambitious alchemical process was intended to achieve? Well, rather than inconvenience us both with an extremely lengthy and technical explanation, it may be faster for me to simply exhibit the results. This is, after all, the culmination of years of dedication and sacrifice. It may very well be that my efforts will end in misery, but one must at least make the attempt or suffer the endless guilt of inaction. The time for talk is at an end. I shall now begin the process. From this moment onwards, I must needs have unbroken concentration and solitude. Your devoted assistance has been most appreciated. Aside from myself, you shall be the first to discover what the ultimate alchemical technique has achieved. Level 53. This is beyond comprehension. My experiments were conclusive, yet there remains some fatal flaw in the process. Where does the fault lie? In the method? The materials? My interpretation of the results? Must I resort to thaumaturgy after all? No, such energies will raise naught but a mockery of life. What an utter failure. I must retrace my steps, start again from the beginning. No matter how many times it takes, I will see my alchemy succeed. You, assistant, bring me 3 mega potions, one each of intelligence, mind, and vitality, and they must be of unquestionable quality. I care not for excuses. I need you too. Please, my friend, I need your help. The mega potions, dear assistant. Please, intelligence, mind, vitality. Do not think to fool me with some batch of mediocre marvels. He is a little schizoid. Yes, these are subduedly superb. As ever, your work is swift, precise, and uncommonly brilliant. Black scorpion to sharpen one's wit, airman membrane for the mind, boiled grenade ash to fuel vitality. All are necessary components of the alchemical process I attempted earlier, the self-same one that ended so abominably. On that matter, I offer my apologies. I was so unwaveringly confident of success that my failure put me in a frenzy to gather a new batch of reagents post-haste. And to manage this feat quickly meant I could not do it alone. I was able, however, to procure another incomparable mega potion of strength while you were at work on these potations. Properly combined, these 4 of the primary attributes, strength, vitality, intelligence, and mind, can effect mortal resurrection. He's trying to raise the dead, chat. He's trying to raise the dead. Did Full Metal Alchemist not teach us the folly of this? I think it did. And now, my dear assistant, you understand what I hope to achieve with this highest of alchemy. Does this revelation shock you? Do you think the dead beyond our reach? That is certainly the most common perception, and even I am forced to acknowledge the seeming insanity in my actions. But I believe in alchemy's unlimited potential. It was the cause of my regret, and I shall be the source of my salvation. It's been too long on this path to veer from it now. Do you recall the time we spoke of Winaja? She was the elder sister of Wublea, the Makote to whom you delivered these potions of fineness. Winaja is my one and only love. She was taken from me during the calamity. He's not just trying to raise the dead. He's trying to revive his lost love. This cannot go well. But I will see her live again. We're not resting until the day I can tell her the one thing she must know. This is not going to end well. Well, momentary miracles, I guess. Ha 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 ha! Is that you, my loyalist? I've done it. I've isolated the flaw. My understanding of the process is complete. Simply reviving Winaja's corporeal form is insufficient. In order to call her spirit and bind it to her body, I need an anchor of sorts. Some manner of memento that she would recognize. But I have no such physical memories, a material object that she might have treasured. That is why I would have you visit her sister, Wublea, and ask if she might spare me a keepsake. Meanwhile, I'll start on the prepper. Dude, get some sleep. You're gonna send yourself to the live stream if you keep this up. A moment of dizziness, nothing more. If I must, I shall work in my sleep. It will not be the first time. All goes to plan, such extremes should not be necessary. This dude is a menace to himself. An absolute menace, Chad. Severed needs something of Winaja's, something she's treasured. Yet persists in this madness of his. Do not, as Severin believes, seek to forget my dear sister. Still, nights when I lie awake wishing I had the power to change the past. Winaja and I were once insatiable wanderers, you see. Traveled the world, practicing the arts of conjuring. It was in Ul'dah, however, where we found a home. And where Winaja found Severin. Though the son of a wealthy house, he spoke constantly of mastering the secrets of alchemy. My sister thought his childlike passion endearing, and he was smitten by her gentle attentions. It was him naught but happiness. Yet, as was true for many an Eorzean, the night of calamity brought a brutal end to their joy. I had volunteered to join the Allied forces, and perhaps feeling a twinge of her old wanderlust when Naja chose to join me. It became my last adventure. I have nothing left to remember her by, and even if I did, I would not give it to you. But to forestall Severin's inevitable insistence, I will at least provide you with the direction for your futile quest. You might try speaking with adventurers in the quicksand or merchants in the Ruby Red Exchange. My sister had her fair share of admirers. Perhaps one of them will hold the key you seek. Okay, let's go talk to the people. Let's go talk to the people. So we got two in the quicksand, one in the red exchange. Belvane? Naja. Oh my, yes, I knew her. I always envied her and her effortless talent. I tried to actually use the one of which she was so fond, I would likely have fainted from the exertion. She did not let me hold it once, though. She did let me hold it once, though. The exact name of the weapon escapes me, but I could tell it was enhanced with quick-tongue material. It was a grade 3 stone, if it matters. Did I know Naja? It's been some time since I last heard that name. Naja and Wublea, the famous Conjurer sisters. I thought myself quite the fortunate fellow indeed to have run across them in my travels. I heard that the eldest sister did not survive the calamity. I would have liked to see her wield that wand of hers one more time. Such grace, such beauty. So, no, it's a wand, imbued with quick tongue materia. Who? Ah, the elder sister of the Conjurer sisters. Spoke with her once or twice, I did. I was interested in the wand she carried, budding rosewood if I recall, and not the standard model neither, since she had it specially made. She cut a stunning figure in that robe of hers. Too. I meant to ask her about it the next time we met, but I never got that chance. Such a shame. Indeed. Back to the Alchemist Guild. Back to the Alchemist Guild we go. Have you acquired a suitable memento to act as Naja's anchor? Sure, Sister Wublea would know of any such object existing. Well, here's a budding rosewood wand. This is Naja's rosewood wand? I would recognize it anywhere. Oh, you say you crafted this weapon. My wonderful assistant, you are truly full of surprises. But my love may never held this particular one, somewhere enough to the original to serve our purpose. Yes, I could spend the remainder of the day explaining to you the underlying principle of ethereal anchors. But let's carry on with the alchemy, shall we? Now that we have all the necessary materials, I will once again begin the painstaking process. Stay with me this time, my patient apprentice. You deserve to see the fruits of our labor firsthand. The components are in place. We should see a result within moments. It will not be the results you desire. It will not be the results you desire. Well, Blea, return to me my sister's remains. You've had your chance, Severin. The process was a success. Everything went perfectly. Even now, when Naja struggles free from death's covetous grasp. Why do you persist in deluding yourself? The gift of life is not within alchemy's power to give. That miracle belongs only to the gods. I will not forsake Naja's memory as you have. The limitless potential of alchemy is beyond your understanding. Ugh, you foolish, stubborn man. Stop! Stop fighting, the both of you. What, Naja? Is it truly you? Severin, you look awful. You've been up all night again. Some new subject of research. Naja, I was working on something important. Terribly important. But I'm done with that now. I need to. I must tell you how sorry I am. When I think back on the days we spent together, I remember naught but your quiet smile as you listened to me blather on and on about my work. It was ever the same scene repeated over and over. There was so much more I could have done for you, so many ways I could have made you happy. Please forgive me. My dear Severin, the passion is what I love most about you. I'm not crying, chat, you're crying. She's gone. No, she'll never be gone. Not while I am here to remember her. Do you mind if Blea has the wand? A poor substitute for her sister's body. It has been touched by Menage's spirit. As for myself, my regrets have been laid to rest. I may even sleep in a bed this night. Aww. You got to say goodbye one last time. It is strange, though it has been scant moments since I stood at the very peak of my discipline, filled with an inexplicable ambition. I stand free to devote myself to new alchemical pursuits. I might even consider shouldering a portion of the guild's commissions. Without your help, I don't know what I would have survived my obsession. You were, without a doubt, the finest assistant any alchemist could have. I thank you. Now that you've conquered this mountain with me, what will your next endeavor? The realm of alchemy has no boundaries. The possibilities are endless. Yeah, we are very much beyond this. And we have gotten done with the alchemist quest. And level 54. So I'm going to go ahead and run a 3-minute ad. I'm going to get up, stretch, get some coffee, and I'll see you in but a mere moments. Alright, and we are back. Well, we have completed everything that has to do with crafting and gathering here in Ul'dah. That means we can now move on to Lemsa. So, for Lemsa, we have blacksmith, armorer, culinarian, and fisher. So, we are going to go ahead and take care of fisher. Let's go ahead and switch to Fisher. Let's make sure we've got let's see. Before we teleport, let's go ahead and handle get our quest item sorted. That's a pretty dress. Alright, let's give all of this garbage. Don't worry, chat. I'll spend some time to actually clean this stuff off camera. That's actually going to be for a culinarian. And let's swap back to being a back to being an alchemist for a second so we can quit that item. Got it equipped. Alright, so let's go go ahead and grab all of our knitting materials here. So, the fisher. We are going to need anchovies, arbor herrings, princess trout, navigator daggers, warm water trout, shadow catfish, full moon sardines, magic catfish, rain collars, claw cutters, and Mazarine logs. And that is everything we need for Fisher. For our limits and crafting jobs for blacksmith. For blacksmith, we need bronze ingots. Bronze ingots, cross-peen hammers, rivets, spatha, spiked bronze labyrinth, an iron cross-peen hammer with materia, steel ingots, iron flame hatchets, steel booge, wrapped crow's beak hammer, cobalt knuckles, buccaneers, bardash, cobalt shamshear, and a cobalt winglet with savage might material. And for armor, we also needed one bronze ingot, which we so happen to have here, 3 brass hoplons, 12 bronze plates, a decorated bronze barbet, a bronze buckler, an iron hoplon with the materia, another steel ingot, steel chainmail, steel fry pan, mithril cuirass, mithril plated caligulae, reinforced mithril elmo, mithril surlets, and cobalt habergeon. And last but not least, culinary. For culinarian, we need. There is my maple stick. There it is, some maple syrup, grilled trout, Dodo, meat kebab, dried plums, all good steak, smoked raptor, ratatouille, dried currant tarts, toasty fish, chamomile tea, mild gratin, F steak, beef stew, shepherd's quiche, and the crown pie. And I believe that is everything. Make sure we have all of that crossed off our list. And we are good to go. So we've got Fisher, Armor, Blacksmith, and Culinary. So let's switch our Fisher. Let's go ahead and get ourselves to Limsa. To the Fisher's Guild. Sister. A Hampton Domestica of a Gathering. You're looking quite formidable. Let's hope you don't scare all the fish away. Now, the first rule of fishing is to hold on to your rod. She said hold on to your rod, chat. Sissapoo, you and I are going to be friends. Take care of your rod, and your rod will take care of you. Really, really good friends. Let me know if I'm going too fast for you. Since you're new here, we're going to start small, and they don't come much smaller than anchovies. You'll find schools of anchovies swimming around outside in Gladian Bay, so you can catch your meager supper without even walking through the elms. Anchovies are hardly the most cunning fish in the sea, making them an ideal fish to summon. Simply bait a hook with some of those lookworms I gave you, dip it in the water, and the fish will practically catch themselves. Yep. Anchovies swim off every shore in Limsa, so you can bring them back from anywhere you like, so long as it's not the fish markets. Here, Chovy, Chovy, Chovy. Here, Chovy, Chovy. Fair flock to feisty fish you've got, giddy guppy. Careful they don't slip out of sight. What? Well, Lago, to what do we owe the pleasure? A guild master's got to get after the guppies, dividing up the daily drudgery, picking out proper potable, and some such support and service. And who gets after the guild master? We have books to balance, you know. Books you should be balancing. I did my best to balance the books, but the bills kill bent the bow back, bouncing the whole batch off the boat. It's not what you know, it's just an expression. That's neither here nor there. So long as you keep at the bit, Zelda, the books will balance themselves. Don't let that go to your head, of course. Any beginner can snag some anchovies. You will need to experiment with different lures and explore new waters if you want to catch the big ones. Fundamentals are fine, but the fun is fishing for new finds. And like my uncle always said, fishing like Blandrin, you never know what you'll catch. Wow! Wow, the off-color sex puns are just all over the place with this fisher's quest line. And with those well-spoken words of wisdom, we'll leave you to your willies. And we got that. Yay, more things to sell on the market board. Woohoo! So, Phil's now here. He will give us 10 versatile lures, and this is for ocean fishing. We will not be getting into ocean fishing until Shadowbringers, because that's when this content was introduced. We will not, I repeat, not be getting into ocean fishing until then. However, this piece of content right here, after you have gotten the 2 starting quest lines from Sisyphus, if you unlock, because we're patch locked, that's why we're not doing it. But if this was a normal playthrough, and I mean very, very normal, I would encourage you to unlock your first 2 quests here, then come over to Phil's note here, pick this up. This is by far, in combination with fishing levies, is the best, I repeat, the best way to level fisher. bar none. It's just ungodly amounts of EXP. Just a brief introduction to how this works, and we'll definitely go into more detail with it when we get when we actually unlock it. But essentially, a boat will leave from the docks up here. It will leave. So here's our ocean fishing boat. It leaves from this dock every 2 Earth hours. Not Eorzea. Earth hours. It's every odd hour, so 1 a.m., 3 a.m., 1 p.m., 3 a.m., 5 a.m., 5 p.m., etc. Every odd hour, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, etc. It will relieve from this dock here. And it's kind of like a big, gigantic, instant, well, it's kind of like an alliance ring, but for fishing. Really, really lucrative, really, really amazing. You should definitely do it if you're not patch locking like I am. But because we're patch locking, we will not be doing it. Back to Sister Frida. She's got bigger fish to fry. One minute, chat. I smell that you haven't been neglecting your duties. Commendable attitude. No one's ever gotten worse at anything without practicing. No one I know, at least. Then again, you can't expect the same old tricks to work with new fish. Big ones don't grow to be that way, chasing everything that wiggles on a hook. To catch the fish you want, you must first know what the fish wants. Only once their prize is at stake can you tantalize and tempt your prey to taste the forbidden tackle. Anchovies may be willing to settle for loved ones, but harbor herring have a discerning palate that prefers pilgrims. But don't take my word for it. Go and see for yourself. Pick up some pillbugs from Snile over in West Hawker's Alley and use them to catch 3 local harbor herring. Like anchovies, they can be caught right outside. In case you've in mind to return to your previous spot, you should know that fish aren't as foolish as most might think. If you cast your line in the same waters, you'll find that fewer folk will take the bait. Well, we learned our lesson. Bring me 3 harbor herrings over. This will test both your ability to use pillbugs as bait and your ability to count. There's nothing better than salted harbor herring. Say perhaps fried harbor herring or grilled. No, definitely salted. You know, in the yesteryears of my youth, I used to use every fish I yanked out to get a bigger one. A good gamble till the game got gargantuan. I guess I got greedy. Where did you? Sometimes it's best to go back to big ones. Good gods, with the guildmaster got to do garner a grain of gratitude. Acting respectable would be a start. Respectable? That's all the seas and stare at everything that swam in them. And that would be an accomplishment if by everything that swam in them you meant fish and not lady divers. All you ever brought back were stories about carousing with trollops. Then he goes, but chauvinism is just a red herring. A harbor herring are what's important. And the lesson of thinking from the perspective of the fish when selecting bait. In that regard, I can say you truly have the mind of a fish. Serves a treat. Some might seem like gibberish at first, but you make observation and jot down notes. Eventually, all of that will be gibberish. Well, take some time to study up, but be careful not to fry your fish brain. You'll need it for your next lesson. Oh, you could put that thing in mine, huh? Let's look at mine. Yeah, that's so bad. Look at our oh, those are crafting Egypt here. Yeah, that makes sense. What's that in your eyes, Zelda? I know that glimmer. It's the eye of the fisher. It's the eye of the fisher. It's the thrill of the bite. Rising up to the challenge of a rival. Oh my god. This quest line. Peak writing, I tell you. Keep that spark alive, friend. You don't want to end up like Wawallago. Not that I'm worried about you. Oh yes, I can see it. There's a fire inside of you, burning fish. More fish. Bigger fish. It's time to feed that fire. Today is the day. The day you catch your first big one. No one ever forgets their first. Based. Simply based. Journey forth to the banks of the Nim in Middle Lenosha, where you'll find her, the Princess Trout. Take the princess and return here triumphant. Her Royal Highness is drawn the crayfish balls. You'll find the Princess Trout in the Nim River, Zelda. Don't forget to take your crayfish balls. Depending on your perspective, you've either rescued or abducted the princess. A prim and proper princess she is. Well ready her royal roast. Well ready her as a royal roast. A feast fit for a king. The king can keep his fancy feast. Any fisherman worth her salt prefers her trout prepared at sea. Said like a surly, salty-mouthed sea hag. Hand her over here. And heed now how the cultured classes cook. And we are back from the edge. Let's see, where were we? Ah, yes. This amazing pedigree of a quest. A fine day it will be when I take culture lessons from you. Besides, I didn't send Zelda out to that river to fetch a fish for you. I sent her out to fetch a fish for me. Uh-oh. Oh, please don't say we locked up, chat. Yeah, we gotta do what we gotta do. Whoop. What, did we miss anything? No, we didn't. For my lesson, that is. Yes, of course. That was the purpose of the expedition. Anyway, as you should have learned, catching a proper fish requires perseverance, plain and simple. And this plump Princess Trout can testify to that. Continue to apply the lessons I've taught you, and before you know it, you'll be swimming in fish. Doesn't that sound appetizing? I'll take the bronze pieces. We'll take the pennies. We'll take the pennies. Gotta take the pennies before we can take the dimes. Every fish has a silver lining. I've been thinking, Zelda, now that you can catch more fish than you can eat, it's time to learn a little about the art of fishmongering. Normally, customers purchase fish that have already been caught, but a certain kicker in sailor has a penchant for freshness. Unfortunately, the fishermen who usually fills his orders have all, somewhat ironically, gone fishing. And so I turn to you, Zelda. And hoping you can talk to Chichurun over there, or at least listen to him. Chichurun the sailor, sail the seas. You the fisherwoman, fish the fish. Looking out as lookout, Chichurun spots in water, jumping silverfish, jump, flashing silver flashes. Chichurun wish to taste silverfish. Taste. Chichurun pay good silver. You fish 5 good silverfish. Well, Chichurun has a way with words, doesn't he? Unfortunately, his way appears to be repeating the word silverfish. And the most experienced fisherman will be able to decipher that nonsense. It sounds like a job for Wawalaga. Since I'm busy doing his job, rest assured that what he may lack in sense, he more than makes up for in nonsense. This quest line. Peak, I tell you. Peak. Since when is it civil to stick up and scare your seniors? I suddenly suspected Sisyphus seniors split my stomach. He's well aware of my weakness. She's going to shout about the way I shoved down shrimp. She should know better than to leave them showing on the shelf. Or is that not why you're here? Setting table setting aside, I bet you shells the shellfish. I know what the Kirker spied. If it was silver and sounded like while skimming the sea, I'm somewhat certain she saw a navigator's dagger. Daggers don't lend themselves to a Lominson's liking. If the settlers of the southerly isles stir them into a soup stock. You'll find them by the brewer's beacon. Snagging one is a slippery slight for a starter, but fitting knack for the fist for a fisherman with a gull's eye like you have. Now, daggers are drawn to decoys that dangle, so do yourself a favor and fetch some rat tails for them to flash their fins at. Well, fortunately, you got the rat tails and they flash their fins. You fish and catch prey fish. Catch what you serve. The shiny shine, the smelly smell. Cannot wait to taste the tasty taste. Well, it looks like we found the fish you were after. You find. Maybe Chichurun season with season, or smoke with smoke. Maybe grill on grill. Many cooking options for cook. My, you are certainly put a great deal of thought into this. Ha ha ha! Chichurun gifted to beast on beast gift. Best Chichurun regard you with Chichurun's best regards. We're always grateful to your patronage, Chichurun. Please see him out and return here afterwards, Zelda. We have more to discuss. Phew, I'm glad you're here to handle that sudden request. So many of these freeloading fishermen cannot be bothered to stay ashore for more than a day at a time. You, on the other hand, have proven far more reliable. I can think of at least one Kirkland who'd agree. Now that you've seen how rewarding fishmongering can be, I hope you'll take the initiative to try it out yourself. Give me the pennies. You might recall Chichen, the babble-spewing fish connoisseur. Perhaps not, but he certainly recalls you. Apparently there aren't enough fish in the sea, so he set his sights on freshwater fish. He's even tried catching you himself, but that's proved problematic so far. While Kirkers possess a healthy appetite for fish, they lack the necessary patience and often end up eating their own bait. Problem has a relatively straightforward solution, employing a lure in place of a live bait. Unfortunately, this straightforward solution requires a roundabout demonstration. This tutorin does not readily accept the concept of inedible bait. If only you might snag 5 warm water trout with crowflies, you might come to see the light. The fish are said to populate the shores of Oakwood in Upper Lenosha, though I can't say I've been recently. Consider it inauspicious to cast one's line into the watchful gaze of a giant sea serpent. Chicherin, I got your fish. How can Zelda bait fish without bait? Well, easy. If the fish don't know. You truly fish trout using fake food? Indeed, for all the fish know, the lure may as well be alive. Zelda skillfully used them to catch these tasty tasties. You see, Chichuri, deception lies at the heart of fishing. Yes, lies lie at the heart of fishing. Chichuri no fool, Chichuri fool fish. Precisely. Well, I trust you've managed to lure guide you to the path of self-sufficient fishing. A game of cat and fish. You're familiar with the Culinarians Guild, aren't you, Zelda? If you couldn't tell by its superlicious name, their members are a finicky bunch, particularly the fussy Master Langstaff. So when it comes to asking for a shadow catfish, the other fish will do. Even if I kindly explain that fishing one out involves an arduous journey to fog our float, followed by a grueling labor, naturally I thought of you for the task. Gee, Sissy Pooh. Thanks. You're so helpful. This will likely require a bit of fish reeling. Do you know what I mean? Though I imagine you do not, as I just admitted that word. It means we're casting a fish you've just caught as bait for a yet larger fish. In my wisdom, I have deemed that your fishing prowess, land-faring acumen, and physical presence directly in front of me qualify you as the ideal candidate for the job. I have no doubts you'll be more than amply capable of fish reeling or any other new term that sees fit to conjure up, for that matter. Simply use crayfish balls to catch a striped goby, and recast that to catch the shadow catfish. Take it from the adventure of fish reeling. Since the striped goby will become your lure, you'll want to catch the biggest, shiniest one you can find. A long journey lies ahead of you, and I fear that the guild will not be the same in your absence. However, I choose to think of it not as losing a friend, but gaining a shadow catfish. Good luck! So, fish wheeling or mooching, this is the actual name for the skill, as it's more widely known, involves catching a large fish and then recasting your line with the fish until on it and attempt to land an even larger prey. A high perception rating will increase your chances of catching fish of large size. Hear that, chat? You need to make sure you have sufficient perception for the really nice ones. Fortunately, we perceive everything. You found the catfish you seek a fog or float in the North Shroud. Perhaps it's that presumptuous to say you will find one, but that's where they are at any rate. Here you go. Link so thought to crack a smile when he glimpses this beauty. They say never look a gift fish in the mouth, but one can't help but stare at that gasping grimace. It looks like it could swallow a person whole. It could probably swallow you whole, Sisyphus. I don't know about me. I'm sure the fish of Britannia are none too displeased to see this one leave the water. I heard that Yarzons covet the fish too, sometimes migrating north and attacking fishermen in hopes of stealing the catch. Suppose I should have warned you about that ahead of time. Still, I don't see what all the fuss is about. For all the lengths one need travel and dangers one need brave, the fish tastes a little better than mud. Pardon me, but perhaps I might persuade you to prepare them in a proper bath. Water washes off the waste you can wipe away, but the invisible vapors only vanish with vinegar. You must mind the mud you can't see. Speaking of the mud you can't see, where'd you come out of all of a sudden? The Rivergale Master gusts in and goes out in a gale. Now you see me, now you don't. Actually, I think we both still see you standing right there. But that's neither here nor there, Zelda. There are a few fishermen who would haul in the catch you did today. Frankly, I've started to wonder how we ever got along without you. Level 52, Bobby. Let's go. Alright, we got an ad starting in 11 seconds, so I'm going to go ahead and run that now. Oh, gone. Oh my. And we are back. What you got for us, Sisyphus? Sisyphus would have you attend to another incomprehensible question. The catfish you fetched for lengths after its first her store. He was so pleased with the quality and quickness of your delivery, he's been raving about you to everyone in earshot. And now the world's swirling about Limsa of a fabled fisherwoman has reached the ears of your fellow guildmates. And most of them have no idea who you are. It doesn't stop the lazy sunbathers from fabricating folk stories about you. Meanwhile, Chicharin's done his part to add to your fame, singing your praises well beyond the walls of the guild. So well beyond the walls, in fact, that the goblins have come to enlist your help. Tactics is a friend of Chicherin, so we're somewhat obligated to hear him out. But I don't expect him to be much more intelligible. Loath though I am to admit it, we'll most likely need Wawalaga again. What's up, Tactics? Chicherin told many glory tales of mighty Fishbringer to Tactics. Tactics is friend, Chicherin is friend. Fishbringer is friendly friend, yes? Moon was shining on Easter seas of La Nosha, when most lovely fish appeared. Tactics wonder if friendly friend is Fishbringer can bring back lovely fish from Moonsea. Now let's see what that Gobby speak. Let's see what Wawalaga can make of that Gobby speak. So Goblin gets a glimpse of some gills, and I'm to guess the game. Naturally. I know what you need to net. I was surprised you saw fit to solicit my support. The moment you mentioned the moon on the eastern seas of Lenosha, I figured out the frisky fisher fixing the fetch. Full moon sardines. Schools of striplings migrate under moonlight through the Strait of Nelthor to return to their mothers or meet their makers. Tastiest time to take them too, pluck their plum in their prime. From dusk to dawn, droves dip and dive down Bloodshore. Spitting upon swarms in the water, you'll snag some sardines and sate your sponsor. Basically, this is teaching us that some of our fish will have various requirements, like time of day or weather or whatnot. A tinfish of moonful is for tactics. Yes, Fishbringer has brought lovely fish for Moonsea. First eye catch of lovely fish is still fresh and breaking some tactics. Tactics is cravings to taste lovely fish. Friendly friend Fishbringer has made true Tactics big dreams. Glory tales of Chicherin are no silly babble. Fishbringer is Fishbringer of very legends. Tactics makes every gobby know Fishbringer's very legend. Thanks. Thanks, Tactics. Lovely helping you out. Congratulations, Fishbringer. Fame with the fast trading goblins is liable to bring you fortune. Although you might want to find a less pungent title. It's not to drive away other prospective patrons. But what's in a title? That which we call a Fishbringer by any other name would smell as sweet. A fish out of water. Your goblin friendly friend was looking for you earlier. He's hoping you would make his fishiest fantasies come true. He called a dish that tickled his fancy some years ago, and now needs you to procure the necessary dish for him. The desert catfish, as it apparently called, is indigenous to, and this is a true mind-boggling part, the desert of all places. Desert fishing! Yo! Oh my gosh. Desert fishing, my beloved. I spent forever trying to get to level 35 so I can catch this stupid fish. Tactics spoke of a trapper named Goromuli who fished one out of the Forgotten Springs in the southern reaches of Danaland. If you want that catfish, you best go and speak with her. Well, let's go talk to our fishy monger friend down in Sandland. You know, A nice mug of coffee is a great thing. Tactics, you say? Sure, didn't fish to my fair share of desert catfish. Never eat them though. Know that much. Never use them as sandworm bait. Thought of eating desert catfish hadn't occurred to me until the goblin devoured it before my eyes. Still wouldn't touch them myself. Different fish for different folk, as they say. No problem fishing them out, though. Can't even tell you how it's done. Comes down to the right bait in the right place. Nothing to it, really. Easiest dropping a line with some sand leeches at the fishing hole east of Flygot Strike, near the emulsion encampment. Not the same as sea fishing here in the dunes, mind you. You'll test if you're real out there. Trick is to hold on when it flails. Only takes one to make a day's haul. Good hunting. Back to Lenosha. Back to Limsa we go. The Fisher's Guild. The Fisher's Guild. There's subjects. Fishbringer find testy fish. Testy fresh fish cat in sandy lands for bringing tactics. Indeed. Tactics is Thanksgiving to Fishbringer for lip smacking fish cat. Fish cat no strings. Make for stringful settle strings. Tactics trace sunflats with lancet with fancy fish cooking of fish cat in Bismarck. Lancet only in fancy cooks after shop lock because it's grateful fish cat odor. Fishbringer makes tactics one happy garden. Just fishing in the rain. Just fishing in the rain. What a glorious feeling. No. Just the fish always open to sea. Uncanny timing, asks Alice. The celebrity you've achieved has resulted in more obscure quests than I know what to do with. Your dune fishing escapades in particular have raised eyebrows. The truly eccentric requests I've seen turn away. Who can say no to the Bulgaria consortium? I, for one, cannot, but perhaps you'll have something else to say when you speak with Sybil. She's waiting for you outside the guild. Ah, Zelda, I take it. The legend said you were spelt, but failed to mention how voluptuous you are as well. I have no doubt that our time together will be advantageous to us both. To business then. I want you to bring me rain colors from Gridania's Jedilite blood. However, there's a catch to this catch. The rain colors spend most of their time lying dormant on the bed of the water, and active only when the rains come. I didn't miss that particular comment from her first thing. She said we were svelte and voluptuous. I think she's hitting on us, chat. I think she is hitting on us. Anyway, where were we? The rain callers spend most of their time laying dormant on the bed of the water, active only when the rains come. So this is introducing not only time of day, but now weather. The rain callers spend. Keep an eye to the skies. You'll need the fish to be aroused so that they'll bite at the bait. Stem borers are most effective, or so I'm told. As to why we want them, well, fish are prized by wealthy Uldans for possessing certain properties. And it is custom of the Brucaire Consortium to fulfill unconventional needs and desires. But rain colors are all we require to satisfy these aristocrats' needs. Bring us 5 rain collars from Gridania's Jedite flood. We will make it worth your while. I knew you were the right lass for the job. Let's get delivered such rare and virile specimens. This will suit the Uldans' purposes quite well. The elder males have been led to believe that ingesting the rain collars will endow with them, let's say, vigor. The fish is Viagra, chat. The fish is literally Viagra. Wow. No one knows whether it's true, and I personally don't care to find out. I only know that rich men will stop at nothing to recapture their former glory, and so these fish would fetch a fair price at market. Speaking of fetching, I'm quite impressed with your handiwork, Zelda. The consortium will be pleased. Of course, you've pleased more than just the consortium. I look forward to seeing more of you. She looks forward to seeing more of us, chat. More. I think she's coming on to us. Level 53, let's go. I believe fish can fly. Oh, so you haven't forgotten the old Fisherman's Guild. Good to see all that prestige and glamour that accompanies fishing stardom hasn't gone to your head. It's a wonder your head hasn't popped. What with all the sardine and catfish fables inflating your legend to prodigious proportions. And to think I knew you when you were still dredging anchovies out of the muck. Rest assured that whatever greatness you go on to achieve, you'll always be the sorry scrap of kelp that floated into the guild one fateful day, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, thanks, Sister Pooh. It looks like... Now go speak with Cybele and see to her request. Didn't you notice her waiting for you outside? Looks like... One moment, chat. I'll be right back. Oh, we're closing again. Hopefully. May have to. Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to restart. Man, today's been crazy with all these issues. Yes, we had technical issues for the stream itself. Then we've had these little glitches here and there with various problems. It's kind of been annoying, if I'm not mistaken. We've had DDoS attacks, we've had the game freeze on us. Game errors. We're just having a grand old time, aren't we, chat? Well, that's running its repair process. Let's go into our just chatting screen. What a mess. Ooh. Model's acting up too. Looks like we're going to have to refresh that as well. There now we can see a little bit better our lovely, lovely self. What a mess. Well, growing pains. We'll figure it out. We are having issues. Okay. Let's turn on some music, shall we? While we wait for the system to come back online. Ooh, we are having lots of issues, chat. Oh my gosh, we got 2 instances now. Let's quit both of them and restart, shall we? Oh my goodness. This is giving me heartburn. What a mess of a stream this has been, eh? This has been a crazy stream, chat. Crazy stream. Okay. Well, let's see how best we can do with the issues we're having, apparently. Zelda, the libidinous lords of Ulda are terribly excited by the rain colors you live in, sending our prophets imploring accordingly. And so I come to lay yet another challenge before you. You have conquered the waves and dunes? What are the clouds? Only you are heavenly enough to fish the cloud cutters that swim below the skies of the sky, within the sea of clouds. I too doubted my ears upon hearing of such a fish, but Carbalane's resolve was adamant, and he will hear no protest. Besides, I've never been one to say no. Luckily for us, the Bulgaria Consortium has friends in high places, namely the Highlands of Curthus. You want to seek out permanence and ripen front. He will tell you all you need to know. Confident you will prevail in your conquest, I would give full payment to Sisyphus in advance. You only need to bring her 5 cloud cutters to satisfy me. Curthus. Oh. The correct direction, shall we? Let's go the correct. We look badass on this bike, especially because we're wearing leathers. Greetings, traveler. This is from Limsalem, and so great are these climbs. I'm told you seek to fish the magnificent cloud cutters that grace the sea of clouds. As squires, we practice catching our dinner, but the task is trying for even the most experienced among us. How one unaccustomed to the chore might hope to succeed with so many accomplished fishermen have failed is beyond me. But mine is not to stand in the way of foolhardy endeavors. The fish float upon inflating pockets of vapor, flying into light currents of air. They are thus able to escape predators and take refuge in the clouds. Moreover, an aerial fish requires an aerial worm, in this case, hover worms. Such is the extent of the knowledge that I will confer upon you. I fear the remainder is a matter of experience and skill. I would wish you good luck, but you will surely need it. Well, fortunately for you, I don't need luck. Laggy, laggy, laggy. Very, very laggy. So, apparently, chat, we have a person who is a Limsa Lominsa, by the name of Limsa Lominsa Purist. It says, see this? Cats coming in and resorting to violence. Usual cat behavior. Listen to this, people. The system is corrupt. Sure. Typical Limson behavior for you. So you're the Puff 5 cloud cutters in the skies of Carathis. Are we certain these aren't birds? No, they are quite in fact fish. The fabled cloud cutters. Turns out they weren't birds at all. Just like jellyfish, they jump jerking jolts to jiggle themselves up. Well, speaking of things that float around aimlessly, the Guardians consider the Cloud Cutter a crest of class and character, and confer to them to commemorate and confer them to commemorate and congratulate countrymen who commit conduct a cut above the clouds, if you will. I won't, but what use could it be to Caravaline? Local lore alleges that a legendary Ellis in Limsa Lamenta is actually an Asgardian lord. I wonder what you'd do if you were Caravaline. I would do what I'm going to do anyway. Deliver the fish. I believe fish can fly. And last one. We get our rod. It's a better hat by meager amount. These are specifically, okay, never mind. God, this is unbelievable. According to the age-old adage, when the going gets tough, the tough go fishing. Unfortunately, the adage is of little use with the tough going happens to be a fishing ban. You haven't heard, have you? Einzar Slafferson has closed all docks and ports for fishing vessels on the authority of Admiral Merwib. Some sorry sailor supposedly spotted a serpent at sea, and says Slafferson stated that for our safety, all our services must cease. It's all so frustrating. Well, we may be a group of sedentary fishers, but we're not about to take this sitting down. First, we need to know what we're up against. The Brook Air Consortium maintains ties to the Maelstrom, so Sybil may know something we do not. It's time to go fishing for information. strong noddles. Yeah, we are having a hard chat. 15 frames a second. Ouch. It's certainly a pleasure to see you again, but I wish it were under happier circumstances. The news came as shock to us as well. Any lamented who's ever boarded a boat has heard the tale. Back when the world was naught but a dry, lifeless rock, Winland created a giant serpent. From its massive jaw, the creature spat forth water until the land was filled. But it would not stop. To prevent the wolf from being completely submerged, the navigator trapped the serpent in a floating island with the warning that if it were ever to be freed, the seas would rise till the world ended. This is from where the Thalassocratic motto, "Till sea swallows all," comes, and you imagine the admiral's surprise upon learning his sailor claims it was actually seen the serpent in question. While you and I may recognize it as a fairy tale and to scare children, the panic in the streets is real, and so Slafferson hasn't any choice but to take drastic measures in order to maintain the peace. Regrettably, those drastic measures have dire consequences for both the Guild and my consortium. But the Maelstrom is too occupied with ship inaugurations to conduct a proper inquiry, meaning our only hope is to take matters into our own firm yet supple hands. It may be impossible to prove the sea serpent does not exist, but perhaps the testimony of the witness could be impugned. I believe you have met the sailor responsible for the sighting, the one known as Chuchuru? Yes, Chuchuroon. What are you doing, sir? Chuchuroon see big fish at sea. Some say sea serpent. Chuchuroon just want to fish. Just want fish to fish. See, fishermen will walago about fish and sea. I've seen enough at sea to know when sailors are seeing things, and what Chuchuroon saw was no sea serpent for sure. Missing your marks will make mountains out of molehills. Distances deceive and delude the minds of men at sea. My money says your serpent is a mausoleum marlin, fairly big fish, but by no means a monster. You can see them barreling back and forth along the north with the blood shore. If I spy from the shore, people will just shrug their shoulders. You can make them meet that marlin up close and personal. I'll admit it's easier expressed than executed, and I've never nabbed one. If you don't loosen up your line, they'll rip your rod right out of your hands. But first you need a bite. They won't waste their breath on worms from other waters. Mausoleum marlin demand mooching. More familiar to you as fishermen, perhaps. They're not just any mean act of mooching. It's the dawning duty of the dramatic double mooch. I reckon you're ready for it. Get a gully ball and haul in a harbor herring. Once you've hitched your herring, offer it up to an ogre barracuda. Then bait that beast to make the Maslaya marlin bite. Makes me want to sail out myself. But Slafferson would slay any guild master who slights him. Besides, I'm sure Sisyphus would sooner see you succeed at it. So long, and thanks for all the fish, indeed. Gotta love the references, especially to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Whoever wrote this class quest has great taste in both fiction and movies. God, I can't believe we're reduced to this. Still, while Walago's never been right for running killed, he's never been wrong about a fish. If he says our serpent is a Muslim marlin, that's what it is. Well, seeing as I went out and got it, that's a marlin. Couldn't see how some might mistake it for a monster. Hopefully Saffron will see the same. Come, Sai will arrange for us to speak with the Grand Storm Marshal. So many moons has it been. I can scarcely remember the last time I boarded a merchant ship or anything other than an inspection. Quite comfortable indeed aboard the luxurious fleet of the Burger Consortium, no doubt, but to cooking monkers and traffickers at ease while making little illicit deals at sea. Perish of thought. We would never dream of calling the Grand Storm Marshal to a vessel where such roguery took place. A shame. I'd imagine these sort of vessels were the most fun. I suppose we'd best tend to business. Of course, sir. Allow me to introduce you to the Muslim Marlin. Great Limling's ghost. The blurry thing is massive. How did you catch it? Oh, I suppose it doesn't matter. At any rate, it is your contention that this Marlin is our sea serpent. You can sing yourself to sleep with that silly sea serpent story, but it still won't hold water. I knew things were proceeding too smoothly. You always know just the wrong time to act as the guildmaster, don't you? Never you mind. I've known Wobblado long enough not to mind his manners. Unlike this fish, I know when I'm being baited. Boy, you've been baiting and bullying us with your bane. Will you let up and lift it? Fine question. To lift the fishing ban or to not lift the fishing ban? To On one hand, I could lift the ban, but on the other... Now who's the one baiting? Why not, of course. The formalities were once observed, so I'm afraid the declaration will have to wait until tomorrow. And the ban will be lifted, won't it? Unless you prefer it once. By no means, it's just that simply bringing you a large fish might fail to serve as adequate evidence in overturning a formal military promulgation. Well, I never really believed all this sea serpent silliness in the first place. It was more about putting Laminson's minds at ease than anything else. And the marlin you brought me should accomplish just that. I feel I'm more paranoid conspiracy theorist than a maelstrom alleged the serpent to be part of an elaborate Sahagan plot. And this should make for a nice laugh at their expense as well. And to think this all started because someone spotted a large fish. And because fishtails are wont to grow in size, the large fish became serpent size and ceased to be a fish altogether. It makes you wonder about what other sorts of overblown fantasies we've all been led to believe. Sounds like you were ready to lift the ban whether we brought you the marlin or not. If only it were that simple. A fine Grand Storm Marshal I would be if I went lifting bans willy-nilly without evidence the problem had been solved. This marlin is essential to assuaging the irrational fears of the public. Well, then I suppose Zelda's efforts worked for naught, after all. I only wonder how the fishtail grew out of proportion in the first place. I won't delight delving into details, but the deed might have been my doing. Why am I not surprised? When I mentioned to Chuchurin the mausoleum marlin was a monster, I meant it metaphorically, but mayhap he misunderstood. I think it should be in the best interest of all involved if I don't hear any more of this story. The Maelstrom expresses his gratitude for your efforts in bringing this evidence to light. Your guild will be notified when the fishing ban is formally lifted. I bid you good day. Terrifying to think a little exaggeration can get out of hand, particularly when you consider how often fishermen exaggerate. It sounds like Slapperson knew something was fishy all along. Nevertheless, you saved our guild from destruction at the hands of an imaginary sea serpent. Funny how Namaluka delivered you to our doorstep, just when we needed you the most. And certainly can't consider you a guppy anymore. Now you've caught a marlin, the guildmaster himself never quite reeled in. I'd say we name you the guildmaster, but then Wawalaga would have nothing to dodge, and I'm not ready to let that fish off the hook so easily. But I suppose we could at least let him know he has a rival. And that might be your finest fishing accomplishment of all, luring Wawalaga back to work. So all of these would be fisher only items, but we do not want to do just fishing only items because, well, we need our backspace. Ooh, jeez. We are using a lot. Well, this quest right here, we will do that in a future patch. But for now, it's getting late. We've had a pretty rocky stream today, technical difficulties and all. So, for now, let's call this a night. We'll come back tomorrow and finish off our last few quests, and then we will hopefully be able to take on our Coils of Bahamut. So let's see what we have left. We have Botanist, Carpenter, Blacksmith, Armorer, Leatherworker, and Culinarian. So all total, that is 6 more jobs to do. So we have at 11 to begin with, and we've completed 5. No. We've completed 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we've completed 5. So we have 6 more to go. But it's getting late. Unfortunately, we got off to a rough start. I'll do some research into some of these lag issues we've been having. I know one of them was a DDoS attack, but I'll take a look into some of these issues we've had with the stream, and hopefully we can get through these quests and get to the fun part, which is taking on the coils. But until then, I bid you farewell. Good night.